There we go. As always, brilliant trailer. It's still every single time. The way the music is cut is what makes this trailer so great, I think. I don't know, something about it is just very, very special, and I cannot wait to hear some of those music pieces in game, to be entirely honest. Uh, ooh, what is this? Well, alright. First of all, hello everybody, welcome back to Zelda Tears of the Kingdom with apparently a new update. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, day, or evening wherever you are. I did not know that we were getting an update. Apparently it's a small one, as you can see. I mean, it's always small ones. I've never really had big updates on Switch. But, okay. Probably just performance, right? I'd imagine. Maybe the odd little bug fix here and there. But so far, I have to say, I haven't really encountered any bugs or anything really that I would consider, you know, patch-worthy. Even the performance, I have to say, although I knew that beforehand, because I did look into the odd review here and there, not really to get spoiled or anything, you know, or rather, I tried to avoid spoilers as much as possible, but I sort of listened to it and, well, the performance was definitely something that came up in the preview builds, apparently, as being fairly bad, right? According to what Breath of the Wild had as problems in certain situations. I have to say, so far, performance is really, really good. Yes, it does drop to 20 FPS sometimes during battle, I think. And there's the odd loading thing here and there when you're navigating, especially the weapon switch menu. But aside from that, it's really not bad at all. Like, performance is really, really solid, and most of all, it's consistent, right? That's always the most important thing. Nowadays, with monitors, with VSync, not VSync, with, what's it called? VFR? VV or something. You know what I mean, the thing that dynamically adjusts to the frame rate of what the monitor is receiving. VRR, right? Yeah, or G-Sync for NVIDIA stuff. So, yeah, I think other than that, and even on those machines, continuous performance is still vastly preferable to just a high frame rate. Obviously, if you can get a consistent 60 or even higher, that's also brilliant. But, you know, if it's only 30, it doesn't actually matter that much depending on how it's implemented. There are a bunch of games that run on 30 FPS where it never felt like it needed more, honestly. So, yeah, it's totally fine. Performance is really good. Let us continue with Tears of the Kingdom. I'm really, really excited every single time I go back to this game. It's like, I don't know, like a birthday present every day. I don't want to like overhype it, or what do you call that? Like, it's, you know, it's not perfect. It cannot be. Nothing is perfect, right? But it's the thing that Tears of the Kingdom so far has done for me is just that it's fun. Like, this game is just, it does way more actually than Breath of the Wild. Just simply feels like a giant playground, right? For adults that is here for you to explore. And that is really, really, really awesome. You know, yesterday when I was playing 14, of course I enjoyed myself. Of course I had fun, but it's more so about the experience of seeing the story unfold, right? Seeing those characters interact with each other, seeing the cutscenes, the interactions between them. Whereas here, it really is about the fun. I mean, yeah, sure, we have story, we have lore, and that is equally interesting, but this sort of joyous fun part is what makes this so special, right? Where in 14, well, with the extreme trial yesterday, it's more about, it's like a math puzzle that you have to figure out, like a big Sudoku that you have to do with like 8 people, right? And there is a time for that, and it's super fun as well, right? But it's it's fun in the sense that it's interesting and interesting to solve, interesting to go through, right? And it's enjoyable through that interaction. And maybe not a lot of people can sort of relate to what I'm about to say, which is it's at least for me enjoyable in the same way as when you're solving math equations. You know, I was fairly good at math in school and later as well. I mean, it's not like you stop being good at math. It's just if you don't do it for a long time, like everything else, you know, just forget a couple of things, and it becomes more difficult to really think about possible ways to solve certain things, right? Because you kind of have to relearn certain things. That being said, it's that same sort of satisfaction out of that you get out of solving an equation, solving a puzzle, right? That's what 14 is to me. Whereas this game, yeah, sure, it also has puzzles, but this, I don't know, it's just this creativity that comes with being in a giant playground, really, right? I don't know, something about that, something about the freedom, it just makes it feel incredibly special. Either way, what did we do? I was going to say yesterday, but the day before, right, on Wednesday, what did we do? We actually managed to do quite a bit. I pretty much started with checking out this tower here in the sky, which turned out to be a test of courage. I want to say I'm not actually disappointed that it's nothing more, although I did think that it was a bit more of a dungeon, well, akin to the smaller caves that we've found so far, right? I really thought that this tower would be something similar, where you kind of go from the top and it spirals down, and you're going to encounter a couple different enemies, and you're going to see a couple different, I don't know, ways in which you had to solve moving downwards. Well, turned out to be, it was sort of a jumping game, right? Where you had to hit rings and then landing in the water. Was really fun though. Was definitely enjoying myself. And then we went over here. I checked out this chasm. Didn't really do much down below, except for activating the light route. Although we did find a member of the Yiga clan for some reason. So not only are they still around, but they're also still looking for Link. I don't know how they made it down there. I was speculating at the time that it might have been that they just sort of undercover went into the research team that is investigating the chasm and the depths, and just happened to be stationed there when we came by. We then moved on to the stable, found out that these funny little mushroom thingies are actually trees, apparently, that can also be struck down during lightning, and then went over here. I'm still not entirely sure if this is where the fairy was in... where the ferry was previously, or if it was over here. Because, well, so far I haven't found a fairy fountain. Don't know if they still exist, and if they do, how they work. So that's going to be interesting to see. And then we went this way because I saw some giant creature up on this mountain, and ultimately actually defeated it, which was a lot of fun. I was really, really enjoying this encounter against some three-headed dragon that was spewing large fireballs. Was really cool. And now, the order of the day is to take a look at, well, first of all, take a look at this hill. I'm 99% sure that this is where the Sheikah Tower was, so we can take a look at this. Apparently a ruin has landed all the way up top. And then we're just going to move on to the stable that has apparently been taken over by the newspaper company and ultimately into Ritu Village. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they're up to and finally investigating one of the phenomena that Pura wants us to investigate. Right, so that's the mountain that I want to go to. I don't know... I could also take a look at that lake, but I don't know if I really want to, or if that's worth it. As much as I want to see everything, I do sometimes also kind of want to stick to the path, right? I mean, we're gonna come through here a number of times, I'd imagine, so it's not super imperative that we see everything on our first visit to these places, I think. Oh, hello guys. Do I still have a hammer? Oh yeah, I do. Stone Talus hammer really coming in clutch. So, putting this on a weapon, I feel like it's actually lasting for a very, very long time. I've had that hammer now for quite a while. I'm not using it all the time because, well, it's mostly usable against stone. But that being said, I think that... Ooh. Sure, why not? Gonna have an easier time to get up here. I really, really love that. That you can just utilize these stones that have fallen down as a way to get up high quickly. Again, such a creative way to do that, right? Where in the previous game you just had Rivali scale once you did the flying beast. This time it's just, oh yeah, sure, we're gonna make random stones fall out of the sky and allow the player to rewind their movement, and that way they can get up way higher than previously. Such a cool and creative way to do that. And it really, really feels like, and that's what I was mentioning earlier, right? With the giant creative playground. It just feels like that creativity that the developers had and developing all the different powers that we can utilize, and especially how they incorporated the powers that we had previously, but making them totally different things. That same creativity, they're also, through these powers, giving over to the player, allowing you to really, well, just play in very, very creative and fun ways. A Zonai bomb. Alright, so previously, this, one of these structures we had to ascend through to reach the middle part, to get to the treasure chest that was in there. Ooh, hello. Okay, and there is another treasure chest in here too. Bunch of Zonai stuff and a Korok. Okay. It seems, though, as if this time we won't be able to ascend through it. Yeah, poor little Korok. Well, yeah, we also helped a dude that had fallen into that hole, which apparently didn't exist previously, so he didn't notice for some reason. He was playing his trumpet down in the hole, and we helped him out. And he belongs to some sort of traveling theater troupe that plays music. So hopefully we're going to meet him again at a stable. He was mentioning to us, I think he's in Eldon somewhere. But yeah, I mean, the way this is set up, right, with the water and everything, I want to say that's where the fairy fountain was. I wonder if the fairy moved because one of the stones fell on her. I don't know if I can do that. The thing that makes me a bit confused about this is I don't know how their flowers work, right? So previously the fairies were placed in these giant flowers and could emerge out of the water, right? Shouldn't the flower still be there? Or at least some remnants of it? That's what I'm a bit confused about. How would one stone that fell down remove all of that? I don't know. Alright, let's see. Can't get into the entrance. We do have the Zonai bombs though, so I feel like we're supposed to be using those. Ah, I didn't want to fall down. Oh, well there we go. Maybe it was a good thing that I fell down. I love these things. Oh. Who saw me? Hurt me, rather, huh? Oh, those guys. Hello. I didn't really want to engage with them yet, but sure. I mean, if they're coming to me, why not, right? He was so curious to check out what that weird bomb thing was. Alright. What is this? Lizzle shield. A common shield found among the Lizalfos. It's made of metal, but its sloppy craftsmanship offers poor durability. Really? Oh, it's like dented and everything. Okay. The shields aren't too bad, though. I'm more surprised that they can, you know, have shields that are that good. Well, honestly, these smaller shields with higher durability aren't really worth keeping, right? If it can get stuff with higher defense. Although I still don't know what that higher defense even equates to, right? Oh, a boomerang! A decayed wooden boomerang. Wait, so even the wood decays? I thought it had been metal that decayed, like metal weapons. A useful tool that comes back after you throw it. Its current state has not lessened its performance. That is very interesting. So, at certain points so far, I'd already speculated that the decay... The decay seems to be very specific, right? It's not like... well... There are metal things that still exist, let's put it that way, right? So it's not like a certain element or material decayed. It seems to be very specifically weapons. Almost as if whatever the Demon King did with his power sought out weapons that it found around the vicinity and decayed them. I still don't know why we're not crafting new ones. Like, you'd think crafting a wooden boomerang wouldn't be too difficult to do, right? Also, I need to remember to actually take photos of these things. I always forget that that's the thing that you're supposed to be doing. I wonder if in... Didn't Pura, or the research lab, didn't they offer up something? A thin, sharp, knife-like horn. Didn't they offer up something if you gave them photos? I know that you could pay them to fill up your album with the photos that you hadn't taken yet, but beyond that, I don't know if they actually... If they gave you something for the photos that you took yourself. That would be a bit weird now that I'm thinking about it, right? If they had photos available of everything that I could buy, then why would they pay me if they already had all the photos? I don't really remember, but... I guess it would be nice if that was a thing. Alright, do we have something cool that I could shoot at him? I desperately need to replenish these, by the way. Now that I've bought the giant dragon, I churned through a lot of these ones. I do wish that there would still be just a couple more things that I could do here in terms of fusing things to arrows. I feel like I still haven't really tapped into the potential of what this could be. Don't turn around, buddy. There we go. Thought for a second I wasn't going to be able to hit his head. Wait, I could just pick that up. Oh. Yeah, I think I might just... I need to remind myself to just take photos of things whenever I, Nice. Whenever I cannot pick something up, right? I can just take a photo of it instead. I hadn't gotten the green tail yet, I don't think. I had the blue tail. I actually put that on a weapon. Alright, let's see here. Maybe we can ascend through it after all. Yeah, it looks like it. Just had to find the opening first. Right, so I'm pretty sure that the enemy is on the right and the chest was here, right? I want to say there was like a barrier in between the two. There we go. Hey, buddy. Oh, nice. It's such a cool thing. I cannot get over how creative they got with this. Like, do we want to allow the player to just, like, ascend through structures in the level? Yeah, sure. It's so interesting also in what it allows you to do, right? Because normally, like, creating things... Oh, oopsie. It was too early. Yeah, wait a second. I'm gonna help you. Usually, obviously, you don't want to have spaces in games that, where the player cannot get in, right? In a closed space like this. You also probably desperately want to make sure... Oh! I always think that they can stun them if Soldier Construct 1 2. Right. Let's take a photo of this. Yeah, and a space like this you desperately want to avoid, right? Because the player might get trapped in it if it's somehow accessible, or if you can glitch through into it or something. But here, no shot. Also, you know what? And that is so very cool with this, right? Is that, yeah, they're giving the player a lot of power. A lot of power where you would say, ooh, you know, maybe that's not really a good idea. Maybe we have overlooked something that the player might do that we just didn't anticipate, and they're getting stuck somewhere, or they're going to, like, break out of bounds or something like that, right? Fall through the world. All of those things usually are a big concern, right? The funny thing is, though, something like Ascent, for example, also means that even if that happens, you would have a way to get out there, right? You could like ascend back into the world or something like that. So it's really, really funny how that works. Hey, buddy, where's your friend? Yeah. Ah, down there. Huh. He wasn't there before. So... that's interesting. They're not... The Koroks you're supposed to reach, they're apparently not permanent. Like, they only spawn in once you've actually found the one that... you need to bring over. Let's see. Can we do this? I'm inclined to use the rocket. I'm just a little afraid that that might be too much. Because at the end of the day, the Korok also still needs to come down, right? Alright, little buddy. Let's go on a big tour. I mean, that's a line. As soon as we're over there, I should be able to just take him to his friend, right? Not... What are you doing? Not to him! Oh, God! Oh, wait, that's gonna be a problem either way. I just realized. Oh yeah, it's also the wrong way. What am I doing? I was gonna say I'm gonna burn him, but I put it the wrong way around. How did I don't know. I honestly don't know what I was just thinking there. I do love, though, that it almost looks as if they definitely give you, like, points where these make sense to be attached. Still not exactly... Thing is, with the fan, I'm not exactly sure if we could actually take off. So... Oh god, where are we? I mean, I can try to steer, hopefully. Oh boy. A little bit afraid. Alright. Looks better than I thought. Great. No, 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 no. Can I... Let's see, if I do this, or are we going to go to... Ooh. Alright, it worked. Whew. Alright, that was a lot of fun. That Korok just standing over there. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Yaha! There's your friend. Yeah. Hey, thanks for bringing my friend. Here's something for you. Yeah. I guess now they're gonna stay here, though, right? Just like all the other Koroks. They're staying where they were. Alright, that was a lot of fun. I love the rockets. And I honestly, I love that it wasn't too fast, right? It literally just more or less launches you off the ground and then, well, it's gonna turn off after a little bit anyways, right? So you can, like, properly steer. Very awesome. Alright, is it worth it to go down there? I mean, I was already over there. I was just wondering if it would be worth to try to go back up on this hill. What is that? That looks interesting. Wait, is the rocket still attached to it? No. Alright. So those get expanded once they turn off, I guess. They just disappear. Oh, that's the glowing sign on the ground. For a second there, you know, when you're looking at it from this angle, it looks like as if one of these flying Zonai devices would have fallen down on that mountain, but a huge one, right? I don't know, something about the shape of the mountains on that side. Well, let's just paraglide over. I should have enough stamina to climb up. Yeah, big fan of the rockets. I desperately just want more of those Zonai devices so that I'm able to create that myself, right? I'm still missing a bunch. Actually, which ones do I have? I have one rocket, so I theoretically could build another one of those myself. But yeah, sadly, I think... Well, I just want to have more. I just want to have more different ones. We've already seen a bunch, actually. Question mark. Just doesn't know what happened. Oh. Ugh. Don't hit me with that. Oh, maybe I should also heal. If that hits me, I'm gonna... Like, my weapon's gonna fall to the ground, which would be very annoying. Do I have something that I can... Oh yeah, I have the baked apple. Roasted acorn, roasted acorn. And then I can just eat a normal apple, I guess. Stop it. Alright. Oh yeah, that's probably really fun. Soldier shield. Let's drop this one. But photos. I do have to say, as much I do like taking photos of stuff, it does feel a little bit like Pokemon Snap or something, right? So it's not bad, but sometimes I do wish these things would sort of just register on their own. Because, I mean, they do register, right? Everything that you look at, it gets a name. Otherwise, it's just displayed as question marks. So it is registered, but, yeah, I don't know. Oh! Oh, cool. I love that they're teaching you about the stuff too, right? By having enemies utilize these weapons. So if you stick a topaz on the end, you can create a thunder wand, like the wizards were using. Wait, so that means the other stuff... Well, I knew that already, but I thought that you'd have to have this thing, right? Because this creates water. I guess when I was using this, it created, I think, 3 orbs. So maybe putting it in a proper, like, wand rod thing, it just means that it's more powerful or something. Whereas if you just put on the mineral by itself onto the weapon, it'll be like this, right? But yeah, I mean, maybe the wooden stick doesn't exactly count as a weapon, but why would a wooden boomerang decay like that? It just makes me think that maybe the whole decay part is way more, what's the word? Well, it was supposed to happen like that, right? I think we were speculating... Was that on Wednesday? I think we were speculating about that, that especially the mutations on all of the enemies with having horns and weapon-like protrusions on their head now, if that's just a natural sort of occurrence, because, well, weapons don't really exist anymore, and overall they just want to be more fearsome, right, and make sure that they can defend themselves, or if that is something that the Demon King potentially did on purpose. Do I want to craft something? I mean, I do still have a bunch of stuff. Maybe it wouldn't be the worst idea to have a couple baked apples or something. Although, that being said, I still have a lot of spicy peppers, but then again, I also still have a lot of things against the cold, right? Yeah. I just... having... or missing only 2 hearts made me realize that it might actually be worth it to keep a couple of more basic things around to heal up with. Let's just take 5 applets. Might as well. Simmered fruit. Alright. That's fine. But yeah, that wooden boomerang, man. Now I'm really thinking more about that the Demon King could have potentially done all of that on purpose, right? So he released some energy, and that energy was specifically meant to decay all the weapons, not just the Master Sword, so that he could make sure that nobody had anything to deal or to fight him with. And then he made it so that all the like spirits of the fallen monsters mutated to a point where they can utilize like weapons from their horns and tails and whatnot. Although then again, an argument against that might be that they're not actually using that themselves, right? I mean, it would be a bit weird, all things considered, right? To think about I don't know, Lizalfos just yanking their horn or their tail away from their body so that they can utilize it as a weapon. That would be a bit crazy. Oh. I've already taken a picture of this. No. Maybe it's also one of those sort of in-between things, I want to say, where, you know, his intentions kind of went in that direction of wanting to, you know, make sure that nobody can fight him, decaying weapons, but maybe it wasn't entirely intended to also then mutate all the creatures. I don't know. Okay, I don't actually have anything to put it on. Let's do that. Well, I mean, that path leads back onto the mountain. I'm just wondering if maybe something behind might be of interest. Well, almost. Close enough. I don't think I actually hit the shrine. An interesting pathway nonetheless. That's the stable where we kind of started our adventure into this region. Yeah, that's probably just gonna lead back up. I wonder, looking at it from this perspective, I even wonder if the two are connected, or if that thing up there is something entirely different from whatever's creating the big storm. Because it seems like two distinctly different structures, right? One big floaty thing up there above the mountains, and then that other floaty thing way, way higher up. Well, you know what? Let's just go down the normal path. Is this a cave? No. Just a fallen stone. I just, you know, always want to check all of my surroundings. You never know where Korok might be hiding, right? Yeah. I need your eyeballs. Eyes. Grant us eyes. Ooh. Well, that's non-destructible, though. Part of me really wants to go down there, but I think that big ravine we're gonna leave for later. Oh! Now I get what this weird triangle shape is. Yeah, there are a bunch more here, right? Yeah. It's one of the, I think it's the windmill thing. Okay. Well, that explains it. I didn't think it was anything too special. Could have also just been, you know, a Korok or something, but... Still a lot of bokoblins all over the place. It's getting... What are you doing, buddy? It's almost daytime. Oh, give me that. Huh. One thing that I actually asked myself in the previous game is what exactly is the purpose of these windmills? Because you'd think that they're here to, you know... Oh god. Probably. I don't like two-handed weapons. At least they are able to, Oh god. Whoa! Well, I didn't expect that to happen. Huh. So his big spiked hammer is definitely pretty strong. Wow. See, that's why you always want to be full health. Oh god, I need to upgrade my armor somehow. Oh. Oh, nice. It saved me here. Right, let's just eat an apple. Not that thing. Eat an apple. Any explosive barrels that I could utilize? Not really, huh? The good thing is I don't even need to headshot the bokoblins with the thingies attached. And the good thing is also, if I have a two-handed, or if they have a two-handed weapon as well, they're equally slow. Spiked iron ball hammer. I mean, it's two-handed anyways, right? Oh, I can... Okay, it's gonna count as that. Sure, why not? Would like to have proper photos of everything, but... I mean, it's a good weapon, but... Let's actually swap over to that. I completely forgot that I picked it up. The thing is, I can't get the spiked ball off, so... It doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, what exactly are they doing with these windmills? Ooh, and what are these guys? A chill shroom. Often found at the base of pine trees in cold climates, these mushrooms are cool to the touch and can be used to cook dishes that allow you to stay cool, even in arid regions. What? Why did they collect these? Probably just to eat something, right? Because, I mean, they're pretty close to a cold region. What the hell would they want with things that make them even colder? Oh. Well, now I can pick up the spiked ball thing. I'm missing kind of an axe or something for these crates. Oh god. I just broke the chest. Oh well, that works too. Because they're not attached to anything, right? It would make sense to me if they had some sort of mechanism where the fact that they move in the wind would like turn something on their bottom to, I don't know, make flour out of wheat or something. I mean, that's typically what windmills were used for back in the day. So I'm really wondering what kind of purpose they served. I want to say that the guy where you could play golf in Breath of the Wild said something about the windmills. It might be that they're just here to control sort of the flow of wind through the ravine, through the canyon. The thing is just, these are really, really large structures. And it seems odd to me that their entire purpose would mainly be to indicate the wind direction. If they're this large. I don't really know. It's a bit of an odd thing, right? mean, imagine building this, right? And then we have a lot of them here as well. If it would be 1 or 2, but there's like 10 of these things in the, you know, if you count the entire canyon. Maybe they are just some elaborate Goron golf wind indicator. So that they have an easier time knowing where the ball is going to fly to. Or how it's going to be influenced. I mean, considering that, technically the Gorons, they are quite strong, right? So maybe they don't really care about these things being that large. Maybe they wouldn't have trouble, you know, building them. Funny little mountain here in the lake. And we are finally getting somewhat close to Rito Village, right? I may have to actually double check my clothing. So sadly, if I do put these on, I'm going to lose my attack buff, but oh well, it is what it is. Although I have to say that's actually fun, right? That is one thing that I think the where the temperature changes really help to make the gameplay more interesting, because if you're otherwise you would probably just be over-relying on some really, really strong armor that you found once and never change, right? But because of the different climates, you're inclined to, or pushed towards changing your armor, potentially in a way that reduces your armor value, which is really interesting. Because you could, in theory, if you wanted to, just create a lot of elixirs and get through it that way. That's also possible, right? So it's cool that we have these options here. Oh. Sure. Oh god. I should definitely not jump down. Oh god. What am I doing? Aww. Oh, well, whatever. Switch over to another bow. I don't know if I want to keep this for long. The problem is the point where I would be able to use it effectively, right, where it would gain a lot of strength, is still, you know, far up into the future. So, yeah, nobody's here, buddy. It's only you. Oh no, I picked up the... I didn't want to pick up the bow. Well, now I can do what I actually wanted to do, which is... throw a bunch of apples into a fire. Really? Yeah, that's a bit annoying, not gonna lie. I thought I would be able to bake a lot of them at once, but I guess that's not really an option. It also doesn't help that much, honestly. It's time-wise, I don't think it's really worth it to bake them. You know what? Actually, let's just drop this. Okay. What are you collecting? A bunch of apples. I wonder if... It almost feels as if the monsters weren't really meant to come back. I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's just an improvement over the previous game, because the monsters, they felt a little bit like they didn't really belong into the world, right? They were just sort of there for you to fight. What the hell? Stop it. Oh, he's collecting the... I thought he was collecting apples. Come on. Really? I can do that too. And all of the cool stuff fell down. Shit. I can pick that up, however. There we go. But this time around, the monsters truly feel like they're also... as if they... It does feel to an extent as if they also just came back, right? These spirits that are struggling to find rest. And they have to adapt to their environment and don't really know what they're doing. So they're building all these temporary structures and, you know, they're collecting food, but seemingly, you know, random. It's not really... Hello there, buddy. It's not really... I guess... How could I say that? Can I take a picture of you guys? There we go. Yeah, it just, the food that they are collecting, it feels a little bit as if they're not really, as if they don't really know what they're doing, right? Push ones, wings species, yeah, can be cooked into a heat resistance. And it's just different to what we had before, right? With, I want to say the monsters in Breath of the Wild always felt like they... Well, I mean, that is the difference though, right? In Breath of the Wild, the monsters basically have been around for 100 years already. And Calamity Ganon was sort of controlling and influencing them in order to... well, take over Hyrule once Zelda wasn't capable of holding them off anymore, right? But now, I don't know. Part of me wants to say that they feel a bit more lost, right? Kind of because, maybe because they haven't really been around for that long now, right? Because it just came back when the upheaval happened. But also to an extent because maybe the Demon King... maybe it was more of a byproduct, right? The Demon King might have not really... it feels like he didn't necessarily... he just woke up, right? We went down there. He woke up because we went down there, I think. Like something about the Master Sword being close to him, or Zelda being close to him, or that picking up that tear, something activated something, or deactivated something, so that he could actually be resurrected. I think, to a certain extent, he definitely already was on the verge of fighting against, or finally winning his very, very long fight against Rauru, right? Against the hand that was placed on him. So maybe it wasn't only Zelda and Link, but they might have sped up the process, or something like that. But that being said, considering that the Demon King just woke up, I don't think he would have really had a plan as such, right? He just sort of unleashed his power without really caring what it was going to do, because he knew that it was going to help him, right? But, I don't know. Well, anyways, hello, mister. Well, you're back again, this time, at least, next to a road. And I like that his signs actually changed in design. I mean, we've already seen that, but most of the other signs were sort of still the same, and or just haphazardly put together. This one's actually different in being vertical instead of horizontal. Alright, I'm gonna help you in a second, because I just have to make a quick run to the... oh, right, why is that so bright? Holy shit. Ah, well, enjoy, sign. I'll be right back. There we go. Welcome back. Let's help this dude. Let's help this dude do his thing. So, of course, we don't want to, block the valuable message that is written on the sign. So we need to find a way for it not to fall down while the message is still being displayed. So, actually it shouldn't be too difficult. As always, we just want to put down a foundation. Put our stuff onto. Technically, I want to say that one thing will already be enough. I know that I said last time that I wanted to try to take a look at how far we can make the sign fall down before it's considered a failure, right? But then again, I actually like the sign design. So, let's put it up properly. There we go. In theory, that should hold, because this time it has the two additional feet at the bottom, so it won't, you know, tilt over this way. Alright. There you go. Try letting go. There we go. Perfect. And as always, he's still very much surprised that his signs can actually stand. For some reason. I really wonder how many times we're gonna have to help him. Because I want to say it's probably close to the amount of welds that you can find in the game. Because I've already helped him a billion times. Ooh, nice, a sunflower. I really, really hope, for the sake of President Hudson, that he will actually give us some compensation for helping his employee the entire time. Ooh. Hello, guys. What you doing down there? I don't want to have to go to... I don't want to have to come back up, honestly. Let that treasure chest be. Ooh. Well, that's definitely a Korok, though. That is interesting. That's a giant sort of stone island in the middle of that lake. But it seems as if it's not really... It doesn't really contain anything, right? I would have thought that there might have been a dungeon there or something, but no. Doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, if I want to collect that Korok, I kind of have to fly from here, right? The shrine over there. You can already see the stable. This bridge, it actually looks more sturdy than the one that's, you know, breaking apart over there. I do wish they would have put down some railings, though, because, yeah, that's... Imagine crossing a bridge like that in real life. I would be very concerned, to say the least. Oh, whatever. Let's just go over there and then try to go back somehow. I guess this still counts as not being as cold. When it starts to get cold over there. Yahaha! Thing is, that's another Korok. Well... That has fallen down. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll find a stone that fell. Because I don't want to go up there. I could, but I don't want to skip everything over there, right? So... Let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky and we can rewind ourselves. We could ascend through there, but... Alright, let's see. So that needs to be attached. Oh. Oh, come on, guys. Let me do this first. He just hit his buddy. Don't fall. How did I hit him? Sometimes it is a bit annoying that all that stuff can just fall down into the, you know, to the lake. Oh well. Okay, let's do this again. So the upper part there needs to be placed like that. There we go. Plop. Yeah, haha. Bye-bye. I mean, yeah, ascending, I know, but... Aw. Can a stone please fall down right next to me? That would be very nice. Oh, a couple bats. I mean, otherwise, we'll just go back around one more time. Or something. Like that way. Ah! Don't fall, don't fall! There we go. Man, you really need to be careful when you want to pick up the eyeball. Because they obviously, well, they're a ball, right? So they start rolling. Oh, man. Such a large cliffside, though. Well, let's try. Maybe I can get lucky in a sense somewhere. We can find a place where it's sort of over my head a little bit. Well... Bonk. Damn it. For a second there I had hoped that stone would fall down here. Well, I can just climb up. Might as well. Oh, come on, Link. Start climbing. I wonder if the climbing gear is still in the game. The set that makes you climb faster? That would be awesome. At least one part of that was available fairly early on, I think. Well, depending on where you went, but... definitely helped from time to time. It is very interesting to me that it seems like this giant lake here doesn't really have that much in terms of, you know, things that you can explore. Which is very interesting. So, because I thought in certain places that, and I mentioned that quite a few times, that it's almost overwhelming, the sheer amount of things that you can find and see and do and interact with. Oh boy, that's... hopefully we can do that. But it does seem as if there are definitely still certain regions, or at least smaller places, where there isn't that much to explore, which I appreciate, because otherwise I think this game would take, you know, 500 hours to complete, honestly. Although I do have to say that I still feel like... I should have used... that's a lot of stamina. I don't need that much. I think I should cook more stamina replenishing stuff, but I don't actually have stamina replenishing ingredients, I don't think. There we go. But yeah, I like that. The funny thing is, That every single time you find locations like these where it seems like nothing exists there beyond maybe like one small bokoblin camp, I'm always really, really suspicious of that. Because there is so much in other parts of the world that I feel like I'm overlooking things. Let's get back to our small bridge here and actually continue on our way. There's also a third structure over here, right? I just saw that. So we have whatever those islands are. Ooh, can see a rail. Okay. And they are directly above the mountain. Potentially hold the reason for this giant storm thingy. Then we have that island that somehow makes the waterfall. But then we also have those, and we then also have those in the background. And those. Really, really big structures here. Although looking at them from a distance, they don't really seem to have that much on them, which is interesting to me. Because I don't know, with how big the starting area was, I somehow expected most of the islands to actually be quite extensive. Not that I really want them to be, because I think the tower with the courage test was very interesting, honestly, and very fun, and you got a cool reward from it. But the thing that I'm wondering the most about is why all these islands, why they're so broken up. I mean, yeah, logically speaking, it makes sense, right? Because they all sort of randomly started coming from wherever they were before. So it makes sense that they're broken, but at the same time, I wonder, gameplay-wise or development-wise, why they decided to do that, right? Because it would have been a chance to like have larger structures in the sky, maybe akin to the Divine Beasts. I don't know. Maybe they still are that. They could also move, right? What is... hello? Oh, hello. There we go. Why do I have weed with you? Oh, wait, why was that weed still not registered in my... That's interesting. Because I found a bunch of weed for some reason during the fight against the three-headed dragon. And I was suspecting that because he's constantly like flapping his wings and whatnot, that it just happened to fell down next to me and it was somewhere else originally. But I guess during my actual kill of the guy, I didn't pick up any weed. It's super crazy. I was over there, right, on Wednesday, but it feels like so long ago, even though it's actually quite close. I think that's the hut that I saw, right? Looked as if it was in front of a cliff, but maybe that's just the perspective. Let's see here. I saw that there was a few Lizalfos up ahead, so... I might want to try to sneak up on them. Oh, unbearably cold. See? Now we're in. It's not that cold yet. But it is getting cold. And I'm pretty sure that... oh, that looks awesome. I'm pretty sure that eventually we'll have to combat even colder climates. Though, according to the UI element at least, it seems as if you still only get 2 stages of cold resistance. That being said, I mean, I'm always reminded of Death Mountain and it not being, well, heat resistance not actually helping because you needed something against literal fire. Those 2 different things. Okay, a bunch of Lizalfos. We're getting close to that shrine now. Do we just want to run past them? Yeah, why not? That's a suspicious rock. God, that looks so cool. Only thing I wish is that maybe the transition would have been a little bit more gradual. But either way, I like snow. Ooh, hello. You know what would also be fun? If the enemies also needed something against the cold, right? I guess it wouldn't really make sense for them to take cold damage, because then you could just stand here and watch them die. But, would have been nice to see if they were wearing hoods or something. Against the cold. What is this? Are you like a super big stone talus? Ooh, we're also getting deep snow already. Oh no, wait, you're a... I didn't even realize. It's a bokoblin camp. It's a skull. Stone skull. It didn't look like that at all. From behind. Well, looks like we should help these bokoblins get a little bit warmer in this climate, right? I think. Bye-bye. Oh, there's a big dude. Huh. Oh yeah, the game doesn't really like all that fire in the updraft. That was making the frame rate shut big time. Where the hell are you running? I'm over here. There we go. Nice. That was easy. Bokobo. The big dewdrop. Lost bokoblin horn. That's just a wooden stick. Can I even pick that up? Oh, I can. Question is, do I want to? I'm really not a... Maybe it's just my personal playstyle. I'm just not a fan of two-handed weapons, honestly. Although, well, I still have a bunch. Against boss enemies like the Hinox, for example, they can be good whenever you can charge something up, right? You can charge up a big strike and your swirly attack with a two-handed weapon. That does help a lot. What's in here? Ah, well, there we go. Got a two-handed weapon anyways. It's funny, from the other side, the skull, I thought for a second, oh, is this some sort of, you know, new stone talus type? It's just a big ball or something, but no, turns out it's just a skull head. Oh! Yeah, that would have also helped. That probably also would have triggered the explosive barrels, right? Just how did that chest survive up there? Ooh, that's interesting. Bunch of thorns. How did that thing fall down, get stuck in the ground like that, while at the same time keeping the chest on top? Can we ascend, or do I need to climb? Ooh. Barely not, it looks like. Wait, no. Oh. I actually wouldn't be able to climb. Ah, we got rockets, though. Ah, alright. So I guess we can just fly up? Can I rewind this? No. I mean, I can, but it didn't fall. Okay. Let me see. Rockets are definitely starting to get my to be my favorite thing. So if I hit one, as long as they're attached to the same object, it should activate both, right? They're about the same height, yeah. Let's see if they're actually capable to bring a giant thing like this up. Yeah. Oh man, that's so much fun. See, that's why I want to have more rockets. Ooh, Zonite shield. Shield used by the Zonite and made of Zonite. Lowers the energy consumption of an attached Zonite device. Oh, I could put a flame emitter on that. This damn Moblin shield. I really wish... I mean, it's awesome that you're able to put the flame emitter on a shield. And I guess maybe other Zonite devices that we'll find in the future would be possible too. But it would have been cool to be able to create shields out of the monster materials as well. Like stronger ones, right? Like this Moblin shield, because that's like their skull or something. If it would have just covered the entire shield. I guess I'm gonna drop this, even though it looks really cool. Or do I just want to drop this? That looks pretty shit. Yeah. Okay. Lowers the energy consumption of an attached Zonite device. I mean, yeah, for the flame emitter would definitely work. Although, so far at least, it looked as if the flame emitter really... really wears down the durability of the shield it's attached to. So, that might still be a problem. Also, interestingly enough, it seems like the stable still looks very much like a stable, even though that one's... unless I'm getting that wrong again, I think it is the newspaper company, right? Ritu Village. Okay, from Ritu Village... oh, sorry. We should be able to just fly over to the other tower, right? To activate that. Okay, that was the cave we were just in. Something's down there that looks interesting. And obviously some things that way with the HUD. That's not that far away from here, right? I think that's it. Then again... Nah, let's go to Ritu Village first. Let's not get distracted by that HUD. And obviously, do the shrine. Oro Muwak. Actually discovering that the light roots that are below the shrines have the same name but in reverse really begs the question what these names are based on, right? I don't think they're based on a real language, but maybe they are. Or maybe it's some weird, like, fake version of a certain language. I don't really know. A launching device. Ah, cool. So since the rockets were outside of the shrine, now we're getting, I guess, an advanced rocket tutorial. Yeah. Wait, are we just... I think we're just meant to use them as sort of dart as darts. You even get a cool launch. A launch facility here. That's probably the coolest thing about the rockets is... I mean, they're rockets, so they're cool in and of itself, but the fact that they are... Whenever I build something with them, I feel like I'm building sort of an actual space device that's meant to go up in space, right? Bonk. There we go. Ooh, that looks interesting. Sick. Oh, wait. I think we're meant to take them anyways. Oh. Ah, that looks like an actual roller coaster, doesn't it? I like the... Man, I like the rails so much. This looks almost like a proper station. Well, minecart station, but still. With the minecarts sort of placed here, like the stuff that you get. So on roller coasters, I'm a huge sort of, you know, train fan and all of those things. Everything that has rails, really. And I'm always super interested in seeing the ways, because roller coasters, well, they're technically one loop, right? And they don't really have switches or anything where they could change where they're going. I mean, I guess sometimes, rarely they do, but they do have switches or like construction things, devices that allow them to park the carts. I don't know what they're called. Well, the things you're sitting in, right? They're able to be parked and stored away usually, and there is always like a movable part of the rail system that allows them to move them and bring them in for maintenance and whatnot. And this kind of reminds me of that, right? Not really, because obviously we don't have any sort of switch here that could move the cart from one rail to the next, but it looks a little bit like that, right? As if the other two are sitting on some sort of maintenance track, while this one is on the actual roller coaster. Also, this just looks super fun. Right. Let's actually take both. I want to see what that does in terms of how fast we're going up. And just attach it to the side. Let me take that down for a second, though. Make sure that it's roughly in the same position. Of course it is not. Other one's sort of up here, right? Why is it so difficult? I really thought that they had like specific points you could attach things to. I guess they sort of do, but they also sort of don't. Sometimes it heavily depends on the current rotation that you put on it. Yeah, they're rotated the wrong way. That's probably why. Okay, we need to, you know, this cannot be. We need to rotate this properly. Are you kidding me? How is that so difficult to do? Alright, that looks good. Now, bonk. I do like that they did it that way, that they snapped to the rails. It's pretty cool. Otherwise it would be a little bit annoying, I think, to put them down. Alright, can I activate you this way? Well, thankfully Link isn't two-faced by that. Because that looked very, very dangerous. Oh, wait. That thing is also just lying on the side, so I guess somebody else has tested that. Yeah, I want to say that this rail... If it would be an actual roller coaster, it needed a little bit of a gentler way and curve there at the end. But very, very fun either way. Okay. Striker, hi. Torture of the Koroks, yeah. I hate that people are doing that to the cute little ones. How can you be so cruel? Oh, are we just meant to fly over normal? Can we stand on these? Nah. I can just use a minecart. Although that's a bit boring, isn't it? Shooting ourselves over like that? Okay, how can we do this? Well, I mean, I could just use 3 rockets. Let's get maximum velocity here. Bit disappointed, honestly, that they're not giving us another rail. Maybe they didn't want to make it too obvious, I don't know. Funny thing is, if they're not on a rail, they're actually a bit weird. Because their wheels are higher up than the middle section. Which makes sense. It's sort of a guiding rail, if you will, in the middle, right? So that it cannot fall off as easily. Alright. Let's put you back here. Do I have to tilt it? Probably. That. No, that's... I did not have to tilt it. The only thing that is sometimes a little bit annoying, I have to admit, is that every time you want to detach something, you're moving the entire object, right? So it's... but, you know. Okay, it should be fine. Looks a bit more precarious than the one that I was designing previously, but it should work. Imagine having to yahaha 900 times? Yeah, I know. I mean, I found 240 or something. They just make such cute noises. I mean, especially the ones that are looking for their friends anyways. I wouldn't be able to be cruel to them. Be cruel to the sign guy and say, what is this cart doing? I really should have attached the rockets in a way where it doesn't fall over back. Alright, let's just put it here. There we go. Perfect. Launch preparations complete. Let's see. Back. God, I love this so much. It's really cool, the sheer velocity you can achieve through that. I want to know how... Well, I mean, in theory, you could really build like a Starship type of thing with like 32 rockets attached to it. I want to know how much velocity the game would really facilitate there. I guess it also depends what you attach them to, and you'd have to find a way to attach that many together in a way. Although maybe you could create a literal carpet of rockets to shoot yourself into the air. That would be insane, but something that definitely is in line with the spirit of the game, I think. Wheel physics, yeah. I really would have liked them to give us a rail there, a proper one. Somebody already made a mech. Yeah, I also saw some weird other creature creations. Honestly, it's still insane to me that they're giving you that many possibilities. Although, then again, at least so far, I haven't really found that many applications where they would have been truly useful. That being said, I'm still fairly early on. And I'm desperately hoping to find more Zonai dispensers out in the environment, because the ones that I found so far have not really giving me the cooler Zonai devices. Most of those I've only found, you know, lying throughout the world so far. A fighter jet mech even, okay. Although I do wish they would last just a little bit longer. I mean, you can extend their lifetime, right? And later on, I'll definitely get battery upgrades as well. So it serves its purpose, but I do wish they would have made it so that at least the airplanes and the balloons wouldn't disappear after a while. Although you can also definitely, as long as you still have some in your inventory, you can just get out new ones and try to attach them mid-fall or something. Well, the cool thing is that recall also works like stasis, so you get like a little bit of time to attach something new to them, which is awesome. Who is living down there? Oh, those two. What you doing? Wait, where does the actual... Oh, the path goes through here. I was gonna say, wait, where's the path? I saw that on the map. Where it goes, I ran above it. It goes through a small tunnel here. Well, then we can just jump down and follow the path back to the village, I think. Macross Valkyrie, fighter jet with humanoid legs and arms. Yeah, I don't really know that much about... Ooh, hello. About mechs and such, I think. Never really been into those types of animes. Not that I dislike them, it's just... I don't know. Mechs have always been a bit of a weird thing for me, because they don't really make that much sense to begin with. So it's a bit hard to... you know, really get behind them being utilized that much. As cool as they are. Let's take a sneak peek at the diary first. Nat's Mushroom Quest Chronicle. My sister Megan and I came all the way out to Hebra in our quest for mushrooms. Thanks to the upheaval, all sorts of new caves formed around here, and they're just full of good stuff. But my sister and I aren't after brightbloom seeds and ore deposits. No, we're after that precious mushroom that only grows in caves, and you can bet we're gonna find a ton of them. Alright. Some mushroom fanatics. Love how they're... Well, to be fair, you know, being into mushrooms is way less weird than being into welds. So, I shouldn't really judge them quite yet. What's up, guys? Someone made a scale of robots to categorize them? Well, someone would do that, right? I can see that happening. I mean, that's the big reason behind why mechs even exist, is just because they're cool. They don't make sense, but they're really, really cool. So that there would be a scale and multiple people probably doing lists of them about what are the coolest ones. You can see that happening. Nat, please. I just can't do this, at least not with this cave. There are lots of other caves opened up by the upheaval. Let's try find a different one. Yeah, I really don't want to tell you this, but caves so far seem actually really dangerous. Or at least... sometimes they are, without you being really able to tell from the outside, so... This one is surely full of creatures different from anything we know. I was already itching to go home. Come on, little sis, you can do it. I mean, we traveled all this way. We need to gather those bright caps inside, at least. That's what we came for, and you can find them only in caves. Are those the mushrooms that can make you glow? We made it here safe and sound. I can't bear to leave until I have 10 of them. Let's go in, please. We've got to. I feel like if there are those ones, then I have 10. Even more than that. Then go by yourself, Nat. Wait, what? No, we need to go together. Oh, that aroma. Soft light. Yeah, I think she's smelling the ones I have with me. Could it be you have some bright caps? I really, really want bright caps, and 10 of them would do the trick. Would you maybe give them to me? Do I get anything in return, lady? Because, well, it actually wasn't hard to get them. Well, if it holds them off from getting into the cave and possibly dying, I guess it's a good way, good choice. Thank you. I don't expect them for nothing, so here, I'll trade you this. Ooh, spicy tomato mushroom stew. Ah, cool. That also gives us the recipe, right? I wonder if this was the recipe that I saw on the wall somewhere. So I remember something with tomatoes that I wanted to cook, but I didn't have the recipe anymore. You're a lifesaver. Now I don't need to go into that awful cave. But I have to say, it's amazing that you collected so many bright caps. I mean, they're found only in caves like this. Well, I have been into multiple caves. Yes, it is amazing. Ooh, you love a good cave, don't you? And so do I. They can hold all sorts of wonderful things, alluring things, valuable things, and really scary things that can kill you very quickly. Like hands made out of gloom. Like the gems from ore deposits, bright bloom seeds that illuminate dark places, and bright caps, of course. So, you know, if you had enough of these bright caps, then maybe you could try, you know... Nat, you're not thinking about that, are you? And him? I'd never! Not that! Unless, you know, maybe. Ladies, it's very cold here. That's not exactly the best environment for that. Right, we agree, I think. Hey, sorry. Forget you heard anything about that. Sister secret. But if we meet again, it'll be fate, wouldn't it? Then we'd have to tell him. Whoa, Nat, has this guy caught your eye or what? What? Okay, now I'm confused. Are you actually talking about what I think you're talking about? Because... Don't be ridiculous. It was just a thanks for the bright caps. Well, I mean, Link is pretty cute, huh? But I will say, you're scouring high and low for something here in the Hebra region. We searched most of the south, so now we intend to go to the north. If we meet again, we'll tell you that secret of ours. Looking forward to it. Hey, let's head out, Megan. See you around. Okay. Tank that already exists but with 2 legs instead of treads. And Macro's Valkyrie somewhere in the middle. Sounds like, well, it's like Transformers, right? Sort of the same idea. Show I've never watched. Yeah, sorry about that. Maybe... Wait, no, not that one. I mean, I have watched some mech shows, but... it's just not really been something... Although I did watch the... There was a Transformers cartoon, I think I watched. Or small. They're asking you to delve further into a cave? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a very suspicious conversation that we just had with those two ladies. Not at all done on purpose like that, I'm pretty sure. Well, maybe they also just know what they're doing, and they want to lure us into doing, you know, into finding secrets for them. Maybe they're trying to deceive poor Link here. Bright Cap Cave. To bend the frontier. Alright. Looks like a fairly innocent cave so far, though. Oh, menu. Ooh, do I still... Oh, yeah, right. I picked up the spiked ball. There we go. Ah! I always forget that they're falling down and they can pick up the other ones while they're scattering. I still don't fully understand what you meant to be using these for, though. What is the point of making things glow, beyond just being able to see things better? Because, I mean, even down in the chasm, since all the enemies have gloom, they're not exactly difficult to see. Wait, really? I never tried doing that. I didn't actually know that... Oh. Okay, these roots look a bit weird. Didn't actually know that they would pick up stuff. I mean, I found a lot of them. I always found it very, very very funny. Especially when you were in the Yiga headquarters. Because you can distract them with bananas, right? And they are really, really fond of bananas. And I guess they're picking them up. I didn't realize they would pick up other things too. Oh, what are you doing here? I thought for a second you were going to be the, oh, stop it. That he was going to be the blurpy thingy. I really need to create, since we're in the cold now, I wonder if when I put out the choo-choo jelly, will it just turn into the ice variant? That would be awesome, because then I could create a bunch of things that I can freeze enemies with. Okay, let's, nope. No, that's what I wanna. There we go. Wasn't there a bomb here somewhere? Did I pick that up already? Almost thought I would make it explode accidentally. Rock sledge. Ah, come on. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Ace, hi, welcome back. What am I working on? Well, I'm hoping to finally get myself over to Rito Village to discover what kind of phenomena Pura was talking about. I am on my way. I just found two ladies that wanted me to potentially investigate their cave. So that's what I'm doing. Other than that, yeah. I'm hoping I'll be able to get to Rito Village and finally discover what the hell that large storm is about. Hey, buddy. Thought it was gonna last for longer. There we go. Ah, goddammit. I still think a dedicated weapon swap button would help, but oh well. Aww. Huh. Perfect. Oh god. Almost killed me with the chest. Another one of these. I really thought that they were more special than this. I already have two. Critical hit. Nah. Let's just keep it in this chest. They are very creepy. Although I have to say, so watch another streamer go through the tutorial thing, right? I don't really want to watch beyond that. And I had kind of forgotten what these things looked like in Ocarina of Time, because they exist there too. And I want to say, especially with those like low polygon graphics from back then, they looked even creepier. Because they're just this weird, I don't know, thing on the ground. It's hard to describe what it even is supposed to be. But yeah, I don't think they were ever that difficult to kill, honestly. Oh, the giant bright ones. Nice. Where are the spikes coming from, though? How deep is this cave? Oh, hello. Oh, hopefully there's going to be something cool in there. Might as well burn that away. Thing in Ocarina of Time is creepy. It very much is, yeah. I don't know. I was... well, it's been a while since I played it, but on that stream they were discussing what that thing looked like in Ocarina of Time. And just seeing that old model, even though it's low polygon, something about that and something about the way they use the textures on it just makes it look... Oh, hello. There you are. Boink. Sorry, buddy. Still feel bad every single time. There you go. Because they also have a texture that is, you know, kind of close to what the zombies have. Like, it's weird gray, brown. And then obviously, well, they can suck you in, right? And yeah. It's just all kinds of strange. Okay, hopefully... Hopefully... this chest contains something awesome. I really want to know who built these. Well, they're almost like mini temples or shrines. Oh, there we go. And they always contain like super, super important items or, well, armor pieces, but almost as if they were meant to be found by Link. Maybe not Link specifically, but it feels like people or somebody tried to find hidden places where they could build these small shrines to maybe even, I don't know, pray to these fabrics as if they are like praying to whoever wore them originally, right? Or as a sign or show of respect towards whoever wore it previously. Made for ancient rituals, this item's cold-absorbing cloth produces frost in low-temperature environments. Oh wait, I didn't even read the buff. Cold weather attack. So it's increasing my attack value in cold weather. Oh, awesome. Well, that's going to come in handy. It also just looks cool. Although let's see what it looks like with my outfit. That being said, I'm slowly reducing my armor value again, which is, not that great. It also has that Triforce pattern, though, right? So it must have been... Yeah, it also has... Oh, let's just put it on. It has Zonai stuff on it. So it really must be ancient then. Designed by the Zonai. How can this... That doesn't exactly look like something you would want to wear in cold climates, right? That looks way too, you know, revealing, especially at the shoulders. And just super, super thin in general. It looks awesome, though. It's really cool, yeah. I love the patterns. I love that it picks up... Well, I love that on the, what's it called? Archaic tunic as well. The way it picks up the Triforce pattern, right? And this even has those golden triangles on the sleeves, which looks really awesome. And then a bunch of Zonai stuff, obviously, in the front. So it's clearly from them. Makes me wonder how it endured. What could also be, though, is that now that all the Zonai stuff fell from the sky, more or less, maybe somebody picked this up and thought that it was something super, super special, and that's why they put it in here? I don't know. Thing is, The other piece of clothing that I found in one of these small temple shrines is the Fierce Deity boots, which, you know, they were, well, supposedly have been worn by a hero from a world in which the moon threatened to fall. So, Link. This is a bit different. Wonder if this was worn by maybe Rauru or some other important heroic person from the Zonai. Either way, though, it is really, really curious that apparently somebody seemed to know what these things are and decided to place them down into these little structures. Link gotta have that drip, yeah. The colors are clashing a little bit, so it's not perfect Fashion Souls yet, but I think we're gonna get there. Need to go to Hateno. Hopefully that dye shop is still active, so we can make some cool sets that actually look like they belong together. The cave still goes on, though, which... There's another chest here. Fierce Deity armor, super awesome, yeah. Another feathered spear, really? Okay. Where does this lead? Ever since I found that Phantom Ganon guy in one of the caves, I'm just very, very... Oh, wait, no, I'm an idiot. I didn't even realize. Oh, that is so cool. That's the chest I just ran by. I thought, wait, what? I didn't even... Oops. Did not realize that it was the path I came out of. Huh. Thought for a second the cave just continued. That's very awesome. Right. Well, since we're in here, might as well ascend to the surface, because that'll give us a higher vantage point. Good morning, Pothog. It's going great so far. I mean, I haven't really done that much yet, but we are approaching Rito Village. And, I mean, we got this cool armor. Oh, wow! I'm pretty sure it will only light up in cold environments, right? Those, like, bright bluish spots? Oh, I was gonna say, is it gonna replenish? Yeah. So, like putting those topaz rocks on top of weapons works pretty much exactly like the wizard wands previously. Yeah, now we're in non-cold climate. It's not glowing anymore. What a cool thing. That's super awesome. I did, yeah. Well, I had to go through the story, right? And then my raid group wanted to do the extreme as well, so... I have to admit, I was a little bit tired this morning. Coffee helped, though. I'm not gonna go for too long today, I don't think. But I also couldn't hold off on Tears of the Kingdom. This game is just way too special to not play. Man, that is awesome. It's also such a cool pattern. It's like snowflakes on the sleeves and a snowflake behind the Zonai mask. Really cool. The tower's a little bit more... It's a little bit higher up than I thought, though. But maybe if I go all the way... We should be able to ascend to the top of Rito Village, right? Actually, that brings me to a big question that I had at some point. What the hell happened to the Divine Beasts? Because that was stationed on top of the village, right? After we, well, reactivated it? Not reactivated, but deactivated Calamity Ganon's influence over it. It was stationed on top of the village. Well, I guess just like the big structures around the castle are probably retreated? Maybe all of the Shikai things after realizing that they weren't needed anymore? Because those were the storage areas, essentially, where they were kept, right? The big square-looking things around the castle. So maybe they just automatically returned to that place, and now they're buried underground again? Good idea, we'll make a coffee, yeah. Coffee in the morning, definitely always great. Makes me sad to not see them, yeah. I feel like that would have been awesome to see them, you know, just deactivated and potentially even a little bit grown over, right? Snow sort of falling on them, looking like, well, they hadn't been used for quite a while. Or, alternatively, to have, maybe, well, not an excavation site, but some sort of maintenance site, or, you know, just somewhere out here in the field where they took the Divine Beast, put it down after it did its thing, and, you know, just to look at it, to understand how it works. Although I do feel like, at least to a certain extent, they probably did that. Well, first of all, they probably did that before they got even activated in the first place, right? Because that's what the memories are about in Breath of the Wild, is us seeing how Zelda learns about all the Sheikah stuff, and how they learn how it works. But still, that would have been very, very cool to see if there was just some sort of work site here where they were still looking at the beast and understanding how it works. Maybe even taking it apart. Because that's the thing, the new towers that we have that can launch us into the air, they seem to be utilizing Sheikah technology inside of them, right? That possibly was taken from the previous shrines. So it would have been awesome to see maybe different parts and things of the Divine Beasts being reused. Alright, so this is, I guess, the headquarters of the Lucky Clover Gazette. Stable that has been taken over by them because the Stable Foundation apparently didn't want to keep it since it's, well, very, very cold here. Man, I love just looking at the environment around the stables. I like that they, you know, they even cut down trees. That makes so much sense, right? Because they would. Not only for building, but also for, you know, creating fires and whatnot, which would be especially important in this environment. Water's just frozen over. Well, let's see what the people around here have to say. Oh, can I get a nice picture of that potlet? Yeah. Come on, focus! Can do... Oh, almost. There we go. Haha. Kind of difficult to see from the side what it even is, but... Oh well. Light range, snowy mountain climbing path. Now that's kind of what it was before, right? I mean, the flight range was here, I want to say here, right? Where the dock is. And the path kind of leads all the way around the village and then proceeds into the mountains. God, I love this so much. Always a fan of snowy levels every single time. No matter what game it is. Oh, wait! The bridge is broken. When did that happen? Nobody repair it? Huh. Nice dude. He has a very nice posture. proper pilot. Oh, it's a real whirlwind. Guess it's time to collect some wood. Oh, kindling shortcuts. My Highland pinecone mishap taught me that. Better do the work and chop down the trees. Huh? Wait, what mishap? What do Highland pinecones do? Oh, welcome. This is Rito's stable. No, it's not. It's the Lucky Clover Gazette. I'm sorry. Old habits die hard. I love that everybody is just referencing it still as the Rita stable. Well, I'm pretty sure I would too. Doesn't mean Lucky Clover Gazette, that's the name of the newspaper. It's still kind of Rita stable when it comes to the location, right? Harder than stables do, clearly. I just do odd jobs, so if you have business with the Lucky Clover Gazette, please ask somebody inside. Lucky Clover Gazette. This place was once a stable. I was once its owner. Oh! Wait, really? I thought all the personnel from the stable had moved to the other one. But not you? Wait, who's owning the other one then? But when the terrible cold wave rolled in, it froze up our business along with the rest of Hebra. Which is why the stable is closed and the Lucky Clover Gazette has brought out the old space. I don't have anywhere else to go, so I thought I'd try to help out around here. Not that I'm much good at it. I just learned the terrifying way that happens when you burn a Hylian pinecone. Yeah, what does happen? What was that about? Perhaps due to the abnormal weather, there's been an explosive increase in Hylian pinecones. Wait, what? So, the weather got colder and I guess more pine trees grew? Wait, the upheaval is only a couple weeks ago though. Right? Do we sleep for longer than we thought? How are there that much more Hylian pinecones now? Don't throw a pinecone in the fire. Immediately threw a pinecone in the fire. Damn, now that makes me want to know how he reacts to that. They're oily on the inside and burn really well. Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. Ooh, yeah, that really doesn't sound good though, right? Especially if the oil builds pressure up inside and then it's just an oil explosion. Oh boy. Too well, in fact. I tossed one onto the fire for kindling. The force with which it burned whipped up a whirlwind. Ooh. Sounds very useful though. Which in turn sent all of the freshly printed newspapers flying far, far away. You find a Highland pinecone of your own. Whatever you do, don't throw it in a fire. Huh. I mean, you know, there are no newspapers around. So, yeah, I wanted to see how he reacted. I mean, if they're only a danger to newspapers, surely it'll be fine if we throw one in here. Where are they, though? Oh, right. I cannot hold stuff from this menu, though. Hylian pinecone. There we are. I have 17. When did I pick up that many? Grows on trees found all over Hyrule. Contains oil and burns well. Throw it into a fire to increase the intensity of the flame. The way he was talking about kindling, are we going to get more charges for our Estus Flask if I do this? Oh god. Yikes! Cool. Huh. Oh god, that also stayed for quite a while. Are you okay? Oh no, I don't want to sit by the fire. I want to talk to him. What did I tell you about burning Hylian pinecones? You have to be careful with those things, especially when there are others nearby. Good grief. You're going to want to talk to somebody inside if you have any business with the Lucky Clover Gazette. Yeah, okay. Cool. Still can't believe one Hylian pinecone could burn so intensely. Yeah, that was, holy shit. That is awesome, though. So if you know that, oops. Whoa. Oh god, I'm scaring this guy for life. But if you, because you can build campfires on your own. So you can kind of recreate Rivali scale by putting down a campfire and then throwing a pine cone into it. That's awesome. So we're not reliant on stones that fall down anymore and or rockets or other zonite devices to create an updraft. Actually looked pretty crazy though. Poor dude. Imagine really doing that, you know, on your own. Because, I mean, pine cones in real life, I'm sure they don't really contain... well, they might contain a little bit of oil. I actually never really thought about that, but surely not enough to create that kind of a fire. Otherwise, you could... They would be pretty cool to use for barbecues, right? Definitely a fast way of creating fire. Might as well pick up all the wood. Oh, I love that so much. The detail here of them storing the wood outside as well. Axe still out and about. Alright, let's talk to these guys. What the hell is up with your newspaper? They didn't even bother to change anything about the stable, right? It's pretty much just a stable. The only thing they changed is the sign in front. Huh. Well, they did remove the desk in the front, though. Moved it to the back. Somehow, this desk reminds me a little bit of the one that you get... I mean, that's still, for some reason, even though it's a very, very simple one, the minigames in Wind Waker, which is great. I don't know, they were all really, really fun. And this reminds me a little bit, at least, of the mail sorting minigame. I don't know why exactly, because it's not even that close when it comes to the desk, but... They have the coated ones that make fire change color. Ooh, I don't think I've ever seen that. Sounds awesome. So they're coated in... Wait, are they being coated in something, or do they have that naturally? Because I don't think any pine cones around here would do that. I know that they do, they burn a little, like fairly intensely, right? Pine cones in general are definitely something that, I guess because of their structure and also because they tend to be, I guess, a bit drier than wood itself, they tend to burn quite quickly and, well, get reduced to ash quite quickly too. They don't burn as long as wood would do. Okay, what is going on here? So I guess this is where they do research probably, right? Have all the prepared articles they put into their newspaper. I want to know what that is in the back. Because it looks like the pelican dude is part of it too. Is that there are 3 delivery people and they're keeping track of how many newspapers they deliver to people? Would have guessed that the pelican is actually better at that. And then they have possibly have their printing press in the back. Okay, they get coated in something. Okay. Flames will turn blue and purple. I do like that. There's a bunch of different stuff, right? I remember doing that in physics class in school, where you burn like different metal powders and they all have different flames. It's the same stuff that firework gets created out of, right? To create the colors. That was always super, super cool. I mean, yeah, they're probably... I don't think they would have been too bad, though, right? Because you're not, like, eating that stuff. You're just tossing it into the fire. And it's not like you're, like, putting your nose directly above the flames to inhale whatever thing they're producing, so... Hey, Pen. What up?
Tracy, editor here is getting ready for a big Princess Zelda investigation. You're here about our newspaper, right? And you can talk to me too. I'm next in charge. Oh, wait a minute. It's you! I gotta say, you did a good job getting out here to find us. It's quite a hike from Lookout Landing when you haven't got wings, but here you are. Was it easy to find the place?
It wasn't exactly difficult. I mean, there was a giant dragon that you guys should probably take a look at, because it might, you know, prompt people not to go here, but Why aren't you whispering anymore?
Some folks pass by without a second look. After all, it was a stable, until Tracy cheated the previous owner out of it.
Are you really supposed to talk about that? Wait, what, cheated the previous owner? That's a new discovery.
Well, you don't miss a thing, do you? Not bad at all. I assume you came for the job. You want to work for the newspaper, right?
I'll vouch for you with Tracy. Wait, I do? When did we talk about that?
Well, just picture it. Traveling the world as a reporter, shining a light on the truth. We'll be partners out there.
Not entirely sure if I want to work for her.
Hey, quiet. Don't you listen, Pen. I told you I was busy. You keep bothering me. And another thing, I bought this place from the owner after we came to a fair, mutually beneficial agreement.
Right. Can you tell me about that? I think I'm a reporter now, so I feel like that's something we should investigate first. It's probably something people should know as well.
Could you stop telling people I cheated him out of it?
Sorry, Tracy, but there's a new applicant for a reporter job.
Is there?
I wanted you to know.
New applicant? Hang on. You look like...
Hey, sorry, Ben, but could you give me and this guy a second here? I mean, it makes sense that she would know who we are. Pen, go away. You don't know what you're talking about.
Alright. How about you give me the whole story, Link? I'm the editor of the Lucky Clover Gazette here, if you can tell, so don't worry. I know everyone involved with this story. Pura asked us for help digging into what's happened to Princess Zelda. Wait.
Did she, though? Or is that just something you either assumed or want to be true?
Now tell me everything. What exactly brought you here?
Stop telling her, Link! What the hell? You get the payment first, and then you tell the secrets? Has nobody ever told you that?
Interesting. So that's why she's asked you to investigate places seriously impacted by the upheaval. Well, coming here was a great call. What I mean is, we're getting tips from all over Hyrule, so many in fact, that it's been hard to keep up. And among those tips, we've been hearing about someone who looks like the princess appearing in all sorts of places. I was about to assign Pen to chase those leads, but he could use a partner. I won't tell Pen who you are. It's better if no one knows you're involved.
Well, I mean, a lot of people probably know us. I don't think we can really keep that a secret, but sure.
What do you say? Think you could work with him as we investigate? I mean...
That actually doesn't sound too bad. Because we were doing that anyways, right? So couldn't help to have somebody else look out, even if Pen doesn't exactly seem like the, you know, most intelligent person for this job, but sure.
Of course, I wouldn't ask you to do this for free, though that'd be nice.
Yeah, lady, I want payment. Give me something.
Wait just a second. I'm going to get you a little incentive from the back.
Don't you dare turning down working with Pen. He's a good guy, right? He's just... I don't know. I feel like if you want to investigate secrets or things that a lot of people maybe shouldn't know about directly, I don't know if you should tell him. He's just going to go around blurting out what we found. Oh well. He just looks such a cool... He is a pretty cool guy. Ta-da! Whoa! What is that? Okay, I'm in. The full set of froggy armor. Okay. That on, it's easy to cling to wet surfaces, no slipping. We get an armor set that can do that? Oh, that is cool. I thought I would have to rely on the, well, whatever they're called, lizard blurpy thingies that stick to ceilings. There is a set for that now? You work with Pen to chase down all these news stories, then I'll give you this armor, piece by piece. All yours. Oh, God. Okay, well, I guess it's going to take a while to get it then, though. Pretty good deal there, Link. Yeah, fair enough. That's all right. I can get behind that. I thought she was gonna cheat us out of something too, unless she finds some way to not give it to us at the end, but... What is Pen, though? He doesn't look like a Rito? That is a very, very good question, yeah. Why do we suddenly have an intelligent pelican flying all over the place? Escape from Ori. Pretty good deal there, Link. Anyway, that's my offer. Hey! Pen, you can come back in. Okay, how many secrets do we have to investigate, though? I mean, I guess we wouldn't know. Starting now, this guy's your partner. Wait, we don't even get an option? We just... Okay, sure. Oh, well, if our editor says you're in, then looks like I had you sized up right. Tracy knows how to pick him. Alright, you two. Here's what you're going to do. Visit every stable for leads. Pen, you'll head this all up. I love how we've... I wonder if they're all going to lead to the same thing in the end. Because I want to say that we found a couple of things where people suggested, hey, just go to all stables. You can always find, you know, secrets and rumors flying about. Because wasn't there something else about some mysterious creature or, you know, well, something that sounded like a boss enemy that we could potentially find out more about if we visited stables? Wasn't really successful in doing that so far. Then again, we've visited... How many stables? 2, right? Visit every stable for leads. Pen, you'll head this all up. Stables bring in people, and people bring in details. And details are what we need. Now, get me some news. I don't know what to make of her yet. Like, she's... Potential princess sightings. She's definitely a person that just does stuff, right? So... She seems very, very capable, but... Definitely still a little bit mistrusting of her. He puts on a pretty confident act, but Pen is still a rookie reporter. There's a number of things he hasn't got a handle on yet, so take care of him. Remember, when there's a crowd, there are rumors. And when there are rumors, there might be leads to Princess Zelda. Canvass the stables and see what you can find out. Alright. I wonder if now that we've picked up this quest, because there were those notice boards in all of the stables that hadn't really apparently been activated yet or hadn't really been used yet. I wonder if now we can find rumors and other things on those notice boards. That would be pretty cool. I like that she saw it to keep Link's identity secret just in case. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's exactly what somebody like her would do, right? Because it's her secret, and she could probably sell it to somebody. So, yeah, makes sense. Okay, that does explain, though, that does explain the bar chart in the background. I was sort of thinking about that. Pen seems to be the rookie so far, at least out of those 3. I guess it's not how many newspapers they delivered then, but how many stories maybe they've picked up on, or something like that. How many rumors they've brought in. If this was Elder Scrolls, we could just, you know, do this and just take the armor without her noticing. So, that set of froggy armor caught your eye. With that, you'll cling to wet surfaces without slipping. Great if you need to stay on the lookout from unexpected places. Work with Pen to get to the bottom of the rumors about Princess Zelda. I'll give you froggy armor, piece by piece. I'm counting on you to visit all of the stables in Hyrule. Think of those stables as soup pots full of all kinds of tasty leads. Get out there and spoon up that news. Alright, yeah, she's definitely a reporter. That's kind of a cool way of putting it. Let's see. Side adventures. Potential princess sightings. The newspaper editor Tracy says that people all over Hyrule have been seeing someone who might be Princess Zelda. She wants you and Pen to dig up whatever newsy details you can find by visiting stables. Alright. Can't wait for the Starfield shenanigans. I'm still on the fence on that game a little bit, honestly. Yeah, the Elder Scrolls 6. I don't know. I don't even know why they put out that weird thing with, what's it called? The teaser trailer? We got like a CGI teaser trailer. Oh, Pothog, thanks for the subscription. Oh, fuck, I don't think my alerts for that work quite yet. I still have to go through all of that. I didn't even have time to set up all my stuff since that button got activated. Yeah, thanks for that. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Elder Scrolls 6, that's... when did that teaser trailer release? Wasn't that shown during like an E3 or something? That is a long time ago, now that I'm thinking about it. I want to say almost like 4 or 5 years since they announced working on it. I mean, I guess it makes sense that they're working on it to some degree, but I really don't know what's going on there. The archives are currently closed. Check back later. Who the hell is Juanel? Okay, so they have like newspaper archives back there? Well, now I want to get in there. Oh, that's him. Yeah. Oh, he's sleeping. I was going to say, what kind of weird sound is that? Right. Let's take a look at this. So, the map that she has here. Does that mark all the available stables? It does, doesn't it? For a second I was thinking to maybe copy these locations down, but then again, it looks like most of the stables are pretty much still in the exact same location they were in Breath of the Wild, I'm pretty sure. So they shouldn't be too difficult to see. Also, well, they're not really difficult to find either way, right? Because they have smoke coming out of the top of them, and they also get marked on your map once you find them. Should be fine. How long have I been streaming? Oh, it's like 1.5 years now, I think. I mean, I've streamed a little bit in the past every now and again, so technically longer than that, but well, it kind of started out as just being able to, because I'm playing 14, right? I just wanted to have a way to record rating and be able to like look back at the rates, find out what I did wrong, and so on. Then at some point, I don't know, kind of thought to myself, why not start that? I always had, I don't know, there was like a time where I wanted to play video games, but I never could quite motivate myself to do so. I don't know. It was a bit of a weird thing, because I always was hugely into video games as a hobby, but well, you know, it was also a time where I didn't really have that much time to do it, and I don't know. I was looking for something to sort of, I guess, reignite the spark, so to speak. And streaming kind of became that. Especially since I also, well, as you can see, I'm a person who just loves to speculate about a lot, and that's not really something that you can do on your own that well, right? Where it's just not that fun. So at a certain point I just said, well, why not try it, right? And it is really fun, I have to say. Pretty cool. But yeah, you can... I tried to keep all of my streams, actually. So if you look at the things that I've highlighted, that should tell you roughly when I started. I think... Well, it was mostly Final Fantasy for a long while. But yeah. I also didn't really have anything to stream with for a while, so I just streamed off of my PlayStation, which isn't that great sound-wise, because unfortunately the Sony headset, even though it supposedly has a good microphone, it sounds really awful. Although, funnily enough, I think that's mostly due to the location they put it in, because the headset has it like on the earpiece. I think the distance or the something about it just makes it sound really weird, like an old phone almost. Help me play through a horror game. Well, that's also, yeah, something like that. You streamed a bit like 5 years ago. Yeah, time really does fly. It's crazy to me. Well, I discovered Twitch a long time ago. That was when The Taken King and Destiny 2 came out. And I was looking for people, or I randomly wanted to look up something for, because I didn't even really know that streaming was a thing, right? I had seen Let's Plays on YouTube, but I didn't know people were streaming. And I just looked up something about the raid when it came out and suddenly saw on Google, oh, hey, there's this guy streaming the raid, right? And since my friends didn't really want to do it or didn't really have the time to go into it right away, I just clicked on the stream. And that was super exciting. And well, ever since then, I kind of stuck with Twitch. So that was about almost 10 years ago, I want to say. When, might have been 2015, 8 years ago. Around about that time, yeah. And ever since then, I just love watching Twitch. It's so cool to just do on the side as well. Especially when you're... Well, it's a cool way of sharing video games, I think. Especially when you grow up, right? I don't really... A lot of my friends, they do play video games, just not the ones that I'm into. Most of the time anyways. So... it's a cool way to share, because you can always find somebody who likes the games you're into, right? They might be different people from game to game, but there's always somebody who shares that same passion. So it's just become this way of enjoying games almost together, right? It's like sitting on a couch together, discovering a game, and also seeing all the different reactions of people. It's a really, really cool system, I think. It's nice that you speculate so many streamers rush through. Oh, it's nice to hear that, actually. Yeah, that's... I mean, it's a certain style as well, and I do enjoy different people doing different things as well. It's... I mean, that's another thing. It's so nice to see how differently people can interact with that, right? Rushing through, I don't really enjoy that, right? I don't really enjoy watching people that, like, miss a ton of details. But, oh, yeah, heavily depends. Leia Sophia isn't all that scary. I haven't played it. Well, I'm not really into horror games. I'd say I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm super easily scared. Or at least I don't mind gore, stuff like that. But what I cannot stand at all is knowing that a scare will come up, because, well, most of the time you kind of anticipate something, right? But knowing that you will still be scared by it, right? That's like a very annoying feeling. And so that's mostly why I don't really enjoy horror that much. Also, well, what I do enjoy, though, is sort of thrillers in that way, right? So when there are... When it's scary because there's a certain dread or a certain atmosphere, and not because of jump scares or something like that, right? And sadly, I want to say that not a lot of games sort of fall into that category, right? Or rather, it's really, really hard to find games that do that. It's nice seeing someone take their time. I really appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, sure. Talking about common interests is always nice. And this is just a very convenient way of doing that, right? Because, well, otherwise it wouldn't be that easy to find common interests like that. I mean, although you can. I mean, nowadays there's a ton of groups of people, right, that you can easily find and engage with, but then you'd also have to find the time to... I mean, that's the difficult part as well, right? Find the time to line up your schedules. I mean, I have played through games with friends, but a lot of the times it was sort of the odd weekend here and there. And so it's nice to do it on your own time as well and still be able to talk to people about it. All right, Pen, what are we doing? Listen up, partner. We're on the trail of truth about Princess Zelda. Can't let even the smallest clue slip through our talents. Or hands, in your case. We should visit as many stables as we can. Travelers always have plenty of goings-on to talk about. So long! I really do like him. He's a cool character. Oh, we even get a unique symbol. Lucky Clover Gazette. Okay, dude, can you give me the story about what happened? How did she get the stable and why are you sticking around? Because he's the only guy around here that isn't involved in the newspaper, right? So, isn't that depressing as hell? Maybe I should go back to the other stable, like the one that has been put up instead of this one. New Serene, or whatever it was called. I am wondering, though, if they're set up here, wouldn't they have an interest in repairing the bridge? Maybe it just... Well, again, the upheaval, it's a bit weird with the time frame, right? I'm still not entirely sure how much time is supposed to have passed since the upheaval. Because sometimes it looks like it's been definitely longer than just a couple weeks or a month. But technically, it was the start of the game. Unless Link's resurrection with his arm really took longer than I thought. But then, no, it couldn't have been that long, because when we went back to Lookout Landing, I mean, yeah, they were surprised to see us, but their reactions really seemed more like, oh, Link, you know, you found your way out of the cave, type of thing, after, you know, maybe a couple days, rather than a year. I don't know. That being said, we didn't see what the world looked like after Breath of the Wild, so maybe a bunch of these things had already, were in the beginning stages of happening. So, since the whole reason why we went down into that space below the castle was because the gloom started to spread out, right? And so that's the only reason they found that cavern. At least that's kind of what it sounded like. So maybe, not necessarily the Sky Islands, but maybe a bunch of these phenomena had already started happening at that point.
What?
Oh, you are Jornel.
Let me guess, you have business in Rito Village as well.
Well, sorry to disappoint you, but the bridge is down. There's no way to cross. No way across. Since the newspaper ran an article about the Rito food shortage, supply shipments have started to arrive, which is great. But with no bridge, there's no way to transport the goods to the Rito. I'm at my wit's end here. And since the sun is refusing to show its face, it's cold. I might throw another Hylian pinecone on the fire. Those things burn hot. Last time I stoked the fire with one, it caused a gust of wind that made my bangs all frizzy. Yeah, we wouldn't want that. Recently, that guy Gally tossed one onto the fire next to some newspapers. The papers, they got caught up in a gust of wind and flew all the way to Rito Village. Yeah, that's not a hint at all at us having to throw a pinecone in the fire and then flying to Rito Village ourselves. That's no way to treat the written word. Another one of these really cool details. So these are the shipments that are supposed to go to the Rito, right? The shipments have been going out of, what was the other stable's name? This one, the Bantha Bridge stable. Yeah, with the huge canyon in the middle. So actually quite a long way to bring shipments over here, right? I mean, the Rito can fly. They could just pick up the shipments from here. I guess they're a bit heavy, but, you know, they could pick out individual, like, smaller things, food items they wanted to have. I do wonder, though. I was going to say, couldn't we just take our paraglider and then climb up? But looking at the icy outsides of those stones, I'm pretty sure we would slip, huh? Wingless visitors, cross at your own peril. Huh. I hope we can repair the bridge at some point, because, I mean, that would be cool. As I said, I'm hugely into worlds that actually change over time. So it would be nice to see that happen, but... Okay, lady. I don't want to scare you, but we do need to get over there somehow, so... I'm afraid we'll have to do this. God. Almost burned ourselves with that. There we go. Rito Village. We finally made it. Hasn't taken long at all. I do have to say, it's just... Can't get over the snow. I know it's technically a bad thing for the people living here. Just looks so lovely. The little lambs. Wait a second. That does explain why the bridge collapsed, though. Man, you guys need to be more careful with the snow. Because that's a ton of added weight. Love the music. It also has this build-up. Oh, hello. I mean, it makes sense that the bridges wouldn't be snow-free anymore because, well, nobody's crossing these bridges anymore, considering that the first one's broken. But, yeah. The other ones could collapse at any time as well. That is such a cool music piece. It's like approaching a, like a sleeping village? As if nobody's been here in a long time, right? Completely snowed in, cut off from everything. Is that a flute? It is a flute, right? It's the song. Oh, I mean, the version of Breath of the Wild was beautiful, but this... How does the music so perfectly encapsulate a Rito village that has snowed in? How cool. That still works. I like that. That's such a cool... It's something that is present in Wind Waker as well. Kind of a very old Zelda thing, right? With destroying ice like that. Pause. What was that? Ooh. Wait a second. Wow. I don't think I've seen a game do this ever. Being able to destroy ice on water like that? Well, now I want to know what they're going to do with it. Wait, can we freeze it again? Almost. Oh, that is so awesome. Man, that brings back so many memories. That's like throwing the what are they called? The vases full with water on Dragon Roost Island in Wind Waker into the lava, creating little platforms you can stand on. That is such a Zelda thing to do. Okay, do I have... No, that's not what I wanted. I don't have anything left to fuse. I wanted to put one of the ice cone things onto my weapon. That's really, really cool, yeah. It's such a Zelda thing to do. It's so... I don't know what it is that makes things Zelda, but this just brings back so many memories of the older games. That's such a neat little detail. I don't even know if this is going to be of use in any scenario. Maybe? Can we do that everywhere? Aw, it's like a small child. Really feel like a kid again. Just... Bam! Break the ice. What an awesome detail. Oh, and it's also melting away. It's not just getting destroyed after a while, it's just turning into water again. There it goes. I wonder, so these ice cones, they would be fusible onto weapons, right? I'm pretty sure. I mean, I could try, but I don't really want to destroy anything that I currently have. Either way, I wonder what would happen if you were to go into warmer climates with that thing stuck on your weapon. It would probably melt, right? Pretty sure it would. Unless it's some sort of magical special ice, but... It's so awesome. Oh, that does remind me though. I did want to test. Where are my choo-choo jellies? Drop. Okay. So they don't turn into their ice variants this way. I guess it either needs to be colder or maybe it needs to be triggered by something specific. Does dropping in water do anything? No. Well, there isn't a water variant of them. I just want to mass create ice choo-choo jellies. Because that would probably help me with, well, freezing monsters. Let's see. Can I put them next to this? Does that count? No. Okay. Well, that works. Yeah, the ice blocks you can pick up. Which means they're also fusible and rewindable. Which is pretty awesome. Although, wait. Okay. I was gonna say, recall only moves the object. Because it would have been fun if with recall you could recreate the big ice block that it was in the beginning before it melted it. I can't get over that you can destroy the ice. I really don't remember any game doing that ever. I mean, sure, there are sometimes... I don't know, The Last of Us Part 2, for example, had a scene where the horse was, like, it was cracking the ice, but still, that's not really... And that's only a visual thing in that game. It's not something that actually... you know, produces a sort of special gameplay element, but here it is. Oh wait, the big one that I made in the water, I don't think that you could pick that up because it's just... Oh wait, no, because we have Ultra Hand. That is actually a good point. Let's see. I'm gonna use up my last choo-choo. Ah, well, whatever. I'm gonna find something to Something new. No, that's not it. I do still have... Was it this? That should work the same way, right? There we go. Aww. Awesome. So you can pretty much, as long as you have a lot of ice stuff, because I'm pretty sure I could also glue things to it. So yeah, you can pretty much just create a bunch of different platforms, glue them together, and do whatever you want with them, I guess. And as long as it's not lying in the water, I'm also pretty sure it would stick around, right? Although they might be pretty brittle. And well, you're not really sliding on them, though. So you can walk around normally, more or less. Just saw there's another chest here. Man, this game's crazy. And Terraria? I never played Terraria. I mean, destroying ice is one thing, right? But it's this specificness of it being that thin layer of ice on lakes. I want to say that is something that typically... Well, I mean, Terraria is also like a... Well, not a side-scroller, but it's that side view, right? I guess more games would have done that, maybe? So... That is so awesome. Can I place the choo-choo jelly on the giant ice blocks? Probably still not going to do anything, right? No. It's sliding off, though. Okay. So you can slide things on it as well. It's just that we aren't really sliding. Well, then again, I'm also wearing the big snow boots, so maybe that helps. Yeah, my Last of Us 2 playthrough. That was a tough game to get through, in all honesty. Like, holy shit, they didn't really pull any punches with it. I know that a lot of people aren't really... Well... had problems with the storyline, and I thought that I also had problems, a couple problems with its pacing, but at the same time, I definitely enjoyed it a lot, playing through The Last of Us 2, even though it's a very, very depressing game. Definitely shouldn't play it if you're looking for happy endings, right? If you fall from a certain distance, the ice breaks, unless you wear special items. That sounds pretty cool. I feel like I could just... How are there so many places in this game where you can just stand somewhere? Imagine... Look how cozy this is. Small little... What would you even call this? Small little hut, maybe? You can just stay here. Enjoy the snowfall around you. And obviously the music. Music plays a big part in this. The subdued, snowy, wintry version of the song. Oh, well... Gonna get broken up by something else in a minute here. We have what looks like a chest. Is there a better way to do that? I mean, obviously I could use a bomb, but I don't want to use them up. Does it melt if I just stand next to it? Oh, I guess it's not enough. Because I think you need multiple arrows for one, right? Yeah. So I would need a weapon that can create fire to make this easier. I love that they also create these small little... Because they didn't have to do that, right? It could just melt away. And that's what I did in the past and in other Zelda games. It just melted completely after a while. And gave free anything that was inside of it. But now we actually get these little thingies to interact with and put on weapons. how many cool mechanics exist in so few games. Yeah, I... that is something that is so... Because it's not even... You don't even need to reinvent the wheel, right? A lot of the times, you know, these big open world games or other RPGs and stuff, they would benefit from just literally copy pasting over other mechanics from other games, right? And maybe it's also got to do something with, I don't know, pride of the developers or something where they don't really... And at the end of the day, even copying over, you still need to make sure that it works, right? You need to make sure that there aren't any sort of failed states the player can accidentally reach, so... It's not that easy,
When the glow of
but...
the blood-stained moon shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh. The world is threatened once again.
It just sucks to see so many games create beautiful worlds and then just fail to fill them with anything interesting to do. The problem is that it happens way more often than getting games like this that contain interesting mechanics and actually do something with the world. Which is actually interesting. Because, well, the one thing, I think there is a No Club documentary about the creation of Horizon, right? Horizon Zero Dawn, the first one. I haven't played the second one yet. And while I like that game, but it's definitely, it's not that special, right? It does some things really, really well. Obviously, it looks beautiful. And I thought that the story was nice, but it also has some huge problems, right? The world design isn't really that great. Quest design is meh. The character animations are fairly bad, even though the characters themselves look really good. So it's... But it was pretty cool seeing as it was a completely new IP and it was the first game they did like that. But what was so interesting about Horizon Zero Dawn is that they, during development, specifically focused on getting the gameplay right first, right? So before they even started building their world properly, they made sure that fighting against those huge mecha dinosaurs was fun. And you can definitely feel that. Like, compared to a lot of other open world games, the core gameplay, like the way your character moves, the way the animations flow into each other, also, and that's what makes Horizon Zero Dawn so good, is because it also has, much like Zelda here actually, it has these sort of quick menus where you can very, very quickly swap between different weapons, and they all have pretty cool mechanics attached to them. They're not just weapons to hit your enemies with, but they're like, I think, are they called bolt casters or something? Where you can tie enemies down to the ground, and you can interact with them in many, many fun ways. And the enemies themselves also, because they're robots, right? They're made out of a lot of really cool parts that all have different effects, where they can also, again, much like this game does, they interact with elements in various different ways, right? When you shoot them with fire, they start burning, when they're fuel tanks, for example, and the biggest reason for why I ended up liking Horizon Zero Dawn a lot is because it has that core gameplay, fighting against the dinosaurs, feels so great, and is super, super fun. And it was interesting to see that that's what they focused on first, right? So they had already test builds set up where the core gameplay of fighting was already pretty much done before they even really started building the open world. And I feel like a lot of games don't really do that, or at least they... I don't know. They fail to really take their gameplay to where it needs to be to truly be fun, right? To truly interact with all of the different open world objects and whatnot that you can find. Oh god, this actually looks to be frozen. Does it still work? Because I was kind of counting on finally being able to upgrade my hearts. You who have conquered the shrines and claimed their lights of blessing. In exchange for 4 lights of blessing, I will amplify your being. So tell me what it is that you desire. Alright, in the fight against the 3-headed dragon, I felt like I might need more stamina moving forward. But heart containers aren't that bad either. The problem is now, at least in the snowy areas, I have 2 less armor. So even 1 heart container isn't even gonna counteract that. So let's go with hearts for now. I don't really know how many hearts I want to get before swapping over to stamina. The thing is, with Ascend and with these various abilities where we can create gusts of wind and whatnot, stamina is less of an issue than it was before, I think. Obviously, it's still great to have more, but as long as I still see attacks that one-shot me, like the Bokoblin earlier with the spiky hammer, more hearts are probably a good idea. Ah, these guys are still around? They had the side quest with the shrine that got activated through their singing, right? What you up to? They should recognize Link as well, right? How are things going, mister? We're about to practice our song. It's called the Song of the Stormwind Arc. We're all going to sing it together to save our village from the upheaval. Are you gonna listen to our song, mister? Maybe they don't recognize us? I guess, well, at the end of the day, their children and Link only briefly talk to them, right? Let's hear it. Yay! We love an audience, so we'll give it our best for you. Everyone ready? A 1 and a 2 and... Okay, it's an interesting tune. I don't really know how the melody goes here with the text. I don't know if that's what I expected. Yeah, it sounds a bit, what's that called in music? Discordance? Something like that. It sounds like the notes are wavering a little bit, or not really fully in tune. Once a god fell from heaven, stilling the Hebrew winds. The heavens grew lifeless just as the air below thinned. With the world in upheaval, we pledge to help the Lord. A line of ships soaring, built as a passage skyward. The god ascended to heaven, leaving behind an ark. Its wind brought us new life, thanks to its great divine spark. Was that about the divine beast? A little bit out of tune, yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, they are still practicing. You know, the song is about the ark that saved Rito Village a long, long time ago. Something bad happened then, just like it's happening now. Hey, that Stormwind Arc, is it really real? I'd be so happy if it was. It definitely is. Papa told me it's always watching over us high in the sky. We could sure use its help with this awful blizzard. Most of the adults aren't around anymore because of the weird weather. Well, if we don't have the Ark and we don't have the adults, it's up to us kids to take care of the village. Wait, they just left you behind? Or maybe they're looking for a solution or something. Practice is over for today. Ganley, you're in charge of food. And Molly, we'll need you to make arrows. Yeah! We've all got jobs to do, so let's do them. Hey! Yay! Kid power! Gonna work my hardest. Oh, they actually fly off? Okay. Wait, are they... What's going on here? Where are the adults? Surely they didn't just leave their kids behind. Oh, what's going on over there? Okay, I'm a little bit confused why they call it the Stormwind Arc. That makes it sound like they're talking about the Divine Beast, because that was flying. But I also just remembered that, at least in Wind Waker, the reason why the Rito exist at all and why they grew wings is because they wanted to survive the water rising, right? I don't remember. Did they build an ark in Wind Waker? That is a very curious story. I wonder what that's supposed to reference. Do you like the Song of the Stormwind arc, mister? I can sing it again if you want. Yeah, please do. Be sure to pay attention to the lyrics, okay? Once a god fell from heaven, stilling the Hebra winds. So the Zonai god that brought the 7 tears? The heavens grew lifeless, just as the air below thinned. Well, that doesn't sound good, though. With the world in upheaval, we pledge to help the Lord. I mean, that references the current events, though, right? Line of ships soaring, built as a passage skyward. I don't know what it is. I like the word skyward a lot. Probably because Heavensward. The god ascended to heaven, leaving behind an ark. The lyrics are a bit difficult to figure out because it feels like they're referencing both past and current events, or combining them. Which makes sense, since I guess they're singing about how they want to whatever happened back then to happen again, to help them. But that also makes it difficult to discern what is what when it comes to the song. It winds brought us new life thanks to its great divine spark. But what's this about sparks and wind? Songs about the ark that saved Rito Village a long, long time ago. I mean, the thing is also, since we are playing The Legend of Zelda, it sometimes really seems as if these different legends that exist within, I guess, the whole Zelda universe throughout all the games, it feels like they sometimes blend together in interesting ways. Swallow's Roost, home of the world-famous Rito Down Bed. God, I love the song. How is it so good? Have all the adults really just vanished? Are you kidding me? They can't just leave behind all their kids to deal with this blizzard? I mean, we did see that one Rito woman trying to get supplies over, right? From one of the stables. So maybe it really is just that they all are trying to get food from various places, and that's why they're not home anymore. Oh no, I did it again. The bats are too soft and inviting. Hey, the customer! Who's sleeping? I wasn't sleeping, not me. Welcome to the Swallow's Roost Inn. We don't have any other guests at the moment, so rest easy and rest well. A regular bed is 20, and a silky soft Rito down bed is 50 rupees. Silky soft? Silky soft Rito down bed is made with lots of Rito feathers. That is actually a bit weird. Imagine if we would fill a mattress with our hair and sleep on that. I guess, it's not really that different from using the hair of animals, but it's a bit weird to think about. It's soft and fluffy and gives the best sleeps ever. If you only sleep in one bed here at the Swallow's Roost, make it that one. As soon as my head hits the pillow, it's like someone threw a blanket over me. Not that I ever use the beds. Sure. When you wake up again, you'll be full of energy and ready to go. Okay. Well, I mean, it's 6:20 in the morning, so... Let's explore the village first, and then we can come back. Oh, okay. Come again when you want to use one of our comfy beds. How many customers do you even have still? If nobody can come here. I love the, like, wooden binder things they're using to, you know, to write down probably their customers. Wait, which one's the soft bed? They all look the same. Is it somewhere else? That's weird. It really does seem to be only kids around here. Oh, we can pick this up. And it looks like they're still selling the same stuff, right? Mostly anyways.
Hi!
Full tummies make for happy Rito. That's why I like learning new meals out of the recipe book. I saw one in there that I know everyone would love. A fish pie made with staminoka bass. Doesn't that sound yummy? A problem is I can't leave the village to catch a staminoka bass thanks to this dumb blizzard. I have everything else. The bantha wheat, goat butter, rock salt. But if I'm gonna make a fish pie, I need the fish. I mean, I need staminoka bass. Genli's home cooking. I thought I maybe had one of those, but I guess not. Hyru bass, the golden cavefish. Oh, we don't have more fish. Unfortunate. It looks to be a collection of the Slippery Falcon's recommended recipes. Hot buttered apple. They always had... Rito Village was the one I want to say where they had the pie recipe, right? Or cake recipe, the really good one. Hot buttered apple. First, you'll want to buy goat butter here at the Slippery Falcon. Simply cook goat butter and an apple together and the hot buttered apple is complete. Adding a spicy pepper to the mix is a good way to warm up your whole body. Nut cake. Some ingredients may be in short supply due to the blizzard. We appreciate your patience as we restock. First, you'll want to buy tabantha wheat, goat butter, and cane sugar here at the Slippery Falcon. Toss these three ingredients in a pot alongside your favorite type of nut to make nut cake. And for an added kick, try substituting the nut with something else. An apple is a good starting point to experiment with. That's so cool. It's an actual cooking book here. Fish pie. Some ingredients may be in short supply due to the blizzard. We appreciate your patience as we restock. First, you'll want to buy tabantha wheat and goat butter. Along with those, add rock salt and your choice of fish and cook them all together. Ta-da! Fish pie is ready to eat. If you don't have rock salt, you might find some by mining from ore deposits. Okay, can we create a nut cake? So it was what? I have one wheat. I think I still have goat butter because I think I bought some in Lookout Landing maybe? And the cane sugar we can buy here. I love how all of this sort of is supposed to invite you to buy things from their store. And then either nut or apple would make an apple pie cake. Hooray, a customer! Welcome to the Slippery Falcon General Store. Thanks for stopping by in spite of the weather. So, what can I do for you, mister? What is this place? It's a shop where you can buy cooking ingredients, plus all sorts of other stuff. Although we haven't got much business since the blizzard took out the bridge. Hey, mister, have you seen the building with the big horse on top of it across the bridge? The people there make these kinds of thin books called newspapers. That's a cool way of describing those. They used to be our best customers, but I haven't heard from them in a while. Will that be all? Man, I really want to rebuild the bridge. Sorry, our shelves are kind of empty. It's because of all the heavy snowstorms. If you need food like fish or mushrooms, you could try poking around in the caves outside of town. There's a bunch of caves along the road to the east, and even more of them in the Hebra Mountains. Well, let us buy some things, right? So that they actually have a customer here. Though, that being said, even though their supplies seem to be low, they still have some really, really valuable stuff, right? Cane sugar, goat butter. Yeah, let's buy all of the stuff. A whole stock. We have 3 on hand. Sounds good. I love these more special ingredients, like the butter and the oil. Like actual cooking ingredients, instead of just throwing in, like, random mushrooms. Alright. Now I just need to remember the pie recipe. There should be a cooking pot here somewhere, right? Didn't they have a kitchen? Brazen Beak. We've got you covered. Wait, I should probably also do the shrine. There's no cooking pot here, right? No. Man, this village has a really, really cool atmosphere. I mean, the music adds a lot to it, but the fact that only the children remain... It's almost this dystopian end of the world feeling, but with a touch of, like, cuteness because of the kids. Hard to put into words, but maybe the adults didn't leave. Link sleepwalked over. Huh. Ah, that would be funny, right? If we could reverse something in time. It's just like I tried to reverse the melting of the ice thing in time. But I do want to know what's up with them. I mean, I do suspect that that's mostly because they desperately want to find a solution to the problem, right? So they didn't exactly leave their kids behind. They're probably desperately looking because they want their kids to be safe. And I mean, they seem to be doing fine on their own. It's not like they need supervision or anything, but... Okay, bunch of wind. Interesting. Ooh, that looks dangerous. Oh, it's these funny little horse thingies. The one that I fused to a weapon once. But these ones create... Oh, I wonder if I can do that myself. So the one that I fused to a weapon was only creating like little laser sparks whenever you hit an enemy. Alright. Not exactly difficult, but still very fun. Ooh. Wow. This is a big shrine. They really... All of the shrines just are utilizing so much more space than the Sheikah ones. I mean, some of them were still fairly large, right? But the actual sort of playable space was always a bit smaller. Oh. There we go. Ha! Now we get to learn about the ice too. Oh, it's crazy how big this is, right? Ooh. Didn't expect to fall all the way through right away. Whoa. It's actually not that easy to do. Oh, wow. Oh, I need to be careful to pick up all the stuff before it flies to the ceiling. That looked as if they're taking extra damage from electrical weapons. Ashky kids for the time being, yeah. I mean, it's cool to see that apparently their parents do trust them to keep everything up and running. Can they even shoot me? Aren't the arrows just gonna fly up? Nope, they're not. Here, let's try that again. I don't know if that's just the animation, because for some reason I'm killing them in one hit. I don't think they have that much health, but... Maybe it's just the added electrical damage or something. I think it just would be cool, since technically they are, you know, machines. So giving them a shock would actually, you know, deactivate them. Where are we going? Here. Oh, we're at the end now. Well, that definitely was a lot of fun. I like how the shrines are also so unapologetic when it comes to using your stuff. So here you can pretty much permanently fly however much you want. It's the same cool idea that they have with the Zonai devices that are just permanently powered whenever you are in a shrine. Just opens up so many more possibilities, right? Where you're a little bit restricted on the outside, but within the shrine you can just experiment as much as you want. Sadly, I think we're still missing one blessing to get another heart. But I mean, this is definitely not the last time we'll be visiting Rito, I expect. We haven't even gotten any sort of progress with our main quest, right? We're here... Well, supposedly we're here to investigate the whole snowstorm. And, well, we've had, well, found some interesting clues, I guess, about it. Not anything too specific yet. Oh, hello. Yeah, haha! Bye-bye. That is awesome. You wouldn't really see him at all. I think he's very easy to pass, but obviously after you've done the shrine, the camera sort of looks at that little cave. I still can't get over the music. I think later today I have to listen to the Dragon Roost Island music over and over again. I did buy a an album like a long time ago that was done by the London Philharmonic Orchestra, where they had some like video game event. I don't really even know what it was, but the music album is pretty cool. It contained pretty much, I think it was about 20 tracks of different video game music. But obviously an orchestral version of it, and Dragon Roost Island was on that as well. La la la. That is not the same... It's not the wingsuit armor, right? No. Glide shirt, that still looks different. I mean, it makes sense, because this is the Rito armor, and the glide shirt is apparently Zonai in design or origin. Hi. Thanks for coming in, even though it's snowing so hard. It's colder in the village, but it's even colder on top of the mountain. You'll freeze solid at the peak if you don't find a way to keep warm. Lucky for you, we sell warm clothes. What brings you to the shop today? This is the Brazen Beak Armor Shop. We have warmer armor. I know it's chilly here, but you know what? They say it's even colder at the top of the mountain. Oh. You don't want to freeze up there, mister. Bundle up with some warm gear right here at the Brazen Beak. Right. I mean, we have to see how... give you a neat tip first. Oh, people are finding more caves all the time on the road east of here and on the way up the Hebra Mountains. Caves are nice because they're warm. Ah, you can hide out from the cold there if you don't have our outfits. Plus you can find shiny ores inside the sparkly rocks sometimes. We'll pay a lot for those ores, and so will the folks at the general store, so keep an eagle eye out for them. That is indeed a very, very good tip. That we can stay warm when we enter one of the caves. So yeah, just as I suspected in the Hebra Mountains, we will definitely have to have double cold resistance, which we can probably get from this. So I think this is the same set they sold in Breath of the Wild, I'm pretty sure. And it's still very pricey. The Rito sell these trousers to Hylians in Rito Village. The inside is lined with Rito feathers, so they excel at retaining body heat. They have 3 armor though, so they're slightly better than the boots I'm wearing right now, which is good. Why is this cheaper? Weird. Lined with molted Rito feathers, this tunic was made by Rito artisans for Hylians visiting cold climates. The feathers are stacked in each layer to retain body heat. Headdress. A Rito accessory made from snowbird feathers. It's adorned with a ruby, a gem that harnesses the power of fire to make cold climates more tolerable. I was gonna say, this doesn't exactly look like something that would be very warm, but yeah, the ruby in it definitely helps. So let's get the headdress first. Yes. Thanks for stopping by. It's the same, yeah. Which makes sense. I mean, obviously they would still sell this. Where did you put all your stuff, by the way, Link? I thought about that. I think it was after I stopped playing on Wednesday or something. Because, I mean, Hateno is still a thing, right? Makes me wonder if... What's up with Link's house? Are we just gonna find our house in Hateno Village, like, bursting to the seams with stuff? And all kinds of weapons and armor and whatnot that we collected in Breath of the Wild? What happened to all of that? Are we just double dipping here? Are we buying the same things we already own somewhere in the world? Okay, so in theory, this would already be enough, right? Double cold resistance, and through the body piece, we get cold weather attack up. I could buy the footgear. Eventually, I kind of want to collect it all, obviously. Because armor is probably one of the most unique things that you can get. So I'm kind of inclined to buy it, but I don't really need it right now. I mean, this should be fine. The cool thing is the Snowquill headdress definitely fits way better with our cool-looking frostbite shirt, right? And in theory, I think the boots would fit better as well. You know what? Let's get the trousers. Just for fashion. And for the 1 point in armor value. But I do need to sell some stuff. Do I want to sell the diamond? Might as well, because it has a lot of fuse attack power, and otherwise I might accidentally fuse it to a weapon. Okay, this should already be enough, right? Yeah. I wonder why they're talking so much about caves. Is it really just about the warmth, or is there some sort of bigger cave structure below the mountains now that we can investigate? Maybe it's both. Yeah. I think that fits a bit better with our cool frostbite shirt. Although I do like how bulky these boots are. But let's go with this first. And with our additional heart, now technically we have the same amount of HP again. This looks so cool. I can't get over that it's glowing. What a cool set. I wonder if it has a matching headpiece and boots, or if that's not something that's available. Ah, that's their home, right? Isn't this where the kids were sleeping? Pretty sure it is. Obviously, they're still all out and about. Aw, with the little drawings on the wall. That's very cute. Such a cozy room, although definitely not equipped for this new climate, right? This must be hella windy. And this is their kitchen. Torch, of course a pot lid. Have I already taken a picture of... No, I have not. There we go. Very, very important. Need to keep our information about various cooking devices updated. And that's a Korg over there. Let me maybe mark that. Oh, wait, I haven't gotten the map yet. Okay, let me see. Can I bought the stuff, right? What did it say? Wheat and butter, obviously. Then either nut or apple. And sugar, probably, right? Do we need anything else? I don't want to mess it up. Let me double check, actually. I feel like I'm forgetting one ingredient. Wasn't it 5? Oh wait, do these boots move through snow faster? No, right? That would have been described as an additional effect, I'm pretty sure. Wait, where the hell is it? Oh, there we go. Nut cake. Wheat, butter, sugar, and nut. Oh no, never mind. For some reason I thought it was 5, but it's 4 ingredients. I wish I could make both a nut cake and an apple cake, but we need to do one or the other. So, wheat, butter, sugar, chickaboo tree nut. Let's go with an apple first. I don't know, kind of in the mood for some apple pie. There we go. Cook. I wonder if this is always a crit because it's such a special recipe. Apple pie. Oh, that looks so delicious. The crispy, flaky pie crust and sweet apples are a match made in heaven. Yeah, I can imagine. I love these recipes, the ones that are, I guess, more special, if you will. Let's see, can I... Is there a way to view all of your recipes? Because if I do this, it's only going to show me the ones with apples, right? Recipe number 131. Give, yeah, I want to... Maybe I should go out later and get some cake. It's been a long time since I ate an apple pie cake thing. Had some citrus cake like 2 weeks ago. I would like to create other cool things, but I'm a little bit on the fence because I don't really have that many ingredients like milk and sugar. Is there a way to make butter yourself? So just throw in milk? But that's not really, I mean, cooking milk doesn't create butter, so I don't know. Can you make ketchup? With tomatoes and sugar? Oh, wait a second. That might actually be a thing. Aw, really? I disagree with that. Simmered fruit. I mean, it's kind of the same thing as ketchup, but actual ketchup would have been awesome. I wanted to create an omelette with ketchup. Can you make omelets? But I think not by cooking it. Maybe that was the mistake. Maybe you need to do something else to it. I don't know. Because I do remember that, especially when it comes to eggs, right? If you want to just boil an egg, you can throw it into hot water. I don't think you can boil it in a cooking pot. It will create something else. Something about that song melody, though. The one they're whistling. I mean, sure, it's maybe a little bit out of tune, but it's also... It definitely has a very, very slight hint at, I don't know, some sort of uneasy feeling. And that's a cool, isn't this the starting platform? Landing platform? No, wait, that was somewhere else. I mean, this is, I think, another one. I remember this is where the mother was standing with her child, right? And from here, I think where the tree is, that was where the shrine was, where you needed to make them sing, where the side quest led you. That tower is very far away. I mean, not really, but considering that technically the path leads all the way around the village. I do love that the heavy snowfall and blizzard kind of makes it permanent night in here, or at least very sort of dark. Adds a lot to the atmosphere. What are you thinking about? How about this one? Huh? You need something, mister? Because I'm actually kind of busy. My papa told me you can use ice fruit to freeze monsters solid, which gave me an amazing idea for an invention. My problem is I can't go out to pick fruit right now with the blizzard and all. It's not fair. It's so not fair. This is the best invention I've come up with in so long. But without ice fruit, I can't make it. Molly the Fletcher's quest. I do have some ice fruit, I think. Huh? Mister, I felt a cold breeze coming from your pouch. Link just opening his pouch. Oh, what did you mean? There's like a billion different things. I don't even want to know what it smells like in there. Huh? Mister, what's that you've got? That's the ice fruit I wanted, isn't it? Can I have one, please? Oh, thankfully she only needs one. Yay! Now I can finally make my invention. When I attach this to the tip of an arrow, I have an arrow that can freeze monsters from far away. Sometimes I'm so smart, I scare myself a little. I wonder what would happen with other materials. You could make arrows with all sorts of effects, yeah? We've already done that to great effect. Wow, listen to me. With every breath, I spew out brilliance. Fah! But I should probably stop talking before I give away all my best ideas. Anyway, here's a thank you present. Arrow, 10. You know the reason I like making arrows? It's my papa. He creates the strongest bows around. Aww. He's the... Wait. Who made the bows? That wasn't the person that helped us get onto the Divine Beast, was it? I don't remember. But I feel like we definitely met the person who creates all the bows in here, right? I think. I mean, you get the very special bow after dealing with the Divine Beast. That I do remember, but... I wanted to make arrows that'll go perfectly with his bows. And all I have to do is keep working hard, getting my name out there, and one day I'll be a world-famous arrow maker. One my papa can be proud of. I'm sure you will. Well, that was a neat little side quest. How lovely. Not even really about the quest or the materials that you needed, but a little bit of backstory. Her and her family. Oh, wait. Oh. There we go. Adventure log. Genli's home cooking. Genli has a passion for culinary research. She wants to make a fish pie to help everyone feel better from the inside out, but she can't get her hands on a Staminoka bass. And wait, where's the one we just did? Molly's the Fletcher's quest. Molly was overjoyed to get what she needed and gave you some wooden arrows in return. Now she can craft arrows that freeze monsters. She's determined to come up with more ideas for new arrows and become a great Fletcher for her father and townspeople. I wonder if we're going to get more quests from her maybe at some point. With like different... Ah, there we go! So there are some adults left. And I think I know the guy on the left. Rivali's Landing. Oh, it's... That feels so nostalgic. Seeing that name even. Yeah, that is their actual starting platform here, right? Alright.
That's not fair at all! You know I can handle it!
You get voice acting.
Checking out that huge cloud wouldn't be hard. I could even do it alone.
Hey, what's up?
If we don't do anything, the village... Huh? Huh? Is
Hello.
that you? It is you! Link!
Hi. Chulin, young Rito warrior. How old are you exactly? He isn't exactly, big, but seems a bit more mature than the other children, I think. Tiba, hi! Welcome. How's it going? Not that great, I guess, but... Link, they told me you were missing. It's good to see you doing well. New Rito Elder. Wait, what happened to the other one? It's very nice to see you again. I remember her as well. She's the one that... Yeah, she's the one that is standing on that landing, I think, right? And she's like pointing you over to where Taba is sitting at the... Because he's the one that helps you get onto the Divine Beast, and before you get to him, before you meet him, he wants to do that alone, but it's very, very dangerous because the Divine Beast is, shooting at everybody that flies near it. And I think Saki was very worried about him, right? Obviously. Do you remember my son, Chulin? He's grown taller, though perhaps not yet grown up. Yeah, Chulin. Was he part of the kids? Where was Chulin before? Well, maybe I would if you didn't treat me like a hatchling all the time. As long as you still think you can take on the world by yourself, you'll always be my little chick. What? You think I can't? I'm already fully fledged, you know? You'll change your tune when I ace today's scouting trip. Y'all can keep wasting your time treating the Song of the Stormwind arc like it's real, but not me. You're treating it like it's real? Listen, you! And off he goes. Unbelievable. Tulin wants me to let him go find what's causing the blizzard. He's having trouble hearing no. Oh boy. I mean, I'm sure he's pretty capable, but, overconfidence, I think, isn't exactly what you want in this particular situation, because he can get himself, caught in some very, very difficult to handle things very quickly. He mentioned a song. It's an old folk song here in Rito Village. Long, long ago, when we faced a different sort of upheaval, the village was saved thanks to a great flying ship. Different sort of upheaval. Are they talking about what happened in Wind Waker? Or so claims the song that's been passed down through generations. It's a song for children, mind you. Few adults still parrot it as if it were true. Still, every now and then, you get reports among the Rito of a flying ship. Okay, so they do still remember about the flying beast, though, right? About the divine beast, I mean. Because, I mean, seeing that divine beast, seeing that it is able to fly, that huge structure that it was, wouldn't you at least consider that maybe a song about a flying ship like that is real? Because if the divine beast hadn't been there, I would get that they maybe thought that it's a bit far-fetched, but... Combine that with the blizzard caused by this upheaval, and it seems less far-fetched. Especially since technically, as far as we know, the divine beast is 10,000 years old, right? So wouldn't it make sense that it is the very thing that the song is talking about? Even if the song of the Stormwind Ark is just a children's rhyme, I suspect that there is something lurking high in the sky. But the air is so turbulent now that no Ritu can fly close enough to look into it. This is why I say we need to make careful preparations to find the truth. But Tulin... he thinks we cling to that song out of cowardice. But these are Ritu matters. We came for some purpose, yes. Well, I mean... it seems like our problems kind of align, honestly. What? This is terrible news. So then, not even Hyrule Castle is safe. Oh, yeah. Well, they were probably pretty distracted by their blizzard, right? So they didn't even know that the castle began flying? If Princess Zelda's disappearance and the strange phenomena around the world are related somehow... we Ritu would ordinarily love to contribute to your search. But this abnormal blizzard shows no sign of stopping. Food has grown scarce. Everyone I could spare is already out researching the blizzard, or scavenging for food. Yeah. So that's why all the adults are gone, much as we suspected. They all try their best to combat the situation. My husband has been able to leave the village much since becoming the village elder. I wish there was something I could do. Ah, but maybe I'm not the one you want. You should try asking Hearth. My friend Hearth has many sources of information, so he might already have a lead about Princess Zelda. You see the two bonfires out that way? Yeah, I was actually wondering why they are there. He's in the lodge near there, if you'd like to try visiting him. Alright, in the lodge? Tulin of Rito Village, main quest. Tulin's profile has been added. Oh, nice. Oh, man, this feels so much more like proper quests, doesn't it? I don't know. Something about... like, Breath of the Wild obviously had quests regarding the Divine Beast, but it always felt so... I don't know, so matter of fact, right? You just go in... oh yeah, Divine Beast is flying about, we need somebody to help us with it. Go meet that person. You just talk to him, oh yeah, I wanted to go up there. Okay, let's go up there. And then you do the Divine Beast, and then, oh, thanks for helping, bye-bye. It was sort of very... Well, maybe it also helps that we're already acquainted with these characters from the previous games, so it feels much more like a continuation of that story now, and so we don't really... we can skip over the introductions more or less, and actually see some interactions between them. But either way, it's really, really... I don't know, I like it a lot. Wait, so where are the... okay, that's where he supposedly is, because I was... oh wait, no, never mind, that's the stable. I was distracted by the smoke coming up there, but it's just the stable. Okay, let's get a quick recap on who they are. Tabor, new Rito Elder. I really like his design, by the way. He also... I don't know if they changed something. He does look a little bit more... grown up. Like less careless, maybe. Maybe it's just his behavior, but Well, obviously in Breath of the Wild, he was desperately trying to deal with the Divine Beast almost to a reckless degree. And the way, I don't know, maybe it's something about his eyes or however he looks. He just looks more, you know, more experienced. Like he's seen some stuff, right? And he knows he's way more, I guess, balanced in his approach. A Rito warrior who once helped Link save Rito Village. He took up the mantle of village elder from Caneli to become the new leader of his people. As the new elder, he is under pressure to deal with the strange weather assailing Rito Village. What happened to Caneli, though? I mean, he was very old, I guess. And Tulin, the son of the Rito elder Tiba. When Link first visited his village, Tulin was still a child growing up in his father's shadow. And his eyes would light up when he watched Link and Tiba practice at the flight range. Oh, wait, I forgot about that. Yeah. I think when after you've dealt with the Divine Beast, you can go back to the flight range and do like a mini game of, you know, shooting as many targets as possible. And Tulin hangs out around the flight range, right? Not in the village, I'm pretty sure. God, I love their design. The Rito are so cool. I also like how distinct they are, right? They look really, really different from one another. Okay, anything else we can see here? It's just their various homes. I wonder if once we deal with the blizzard, are they going to return? Are we going to see all the Rito being back in the village? And this, I guess, is not Tiba's house, huh? God, I could just stay here. I know I need to handle the blizzard, but this is such a lovely atmosphere. Oh, wait. Where'd your wife go? Managing food reserves and supplies, granting audiences and such. This village elder gig just isn't sitting right with me. Life was so much easier when all I had to do was hunt. Just me and my bow. You didn't come to hear me complain. What can I help you with? Anyone seen Zelda? I haven't heard anything myself. Did you try asking Hearth? He's a good sources. If anyone is the lead on Princess Zelda, it would be him. Okay, yeah, we know that. Stormwind Ark. That's the name of a ship that features in an old Rito children's song. As the song goes, long ago when a disaster threatened our village, a god sent us a great flying ship. And what's that about a god? Wait, but wasn't that what happened in Wind Waker? Was it? Because isn't that... When the oceans flooded, right? Or when well, all the land masses flooded. Weren't they helped by gods? Technically? Now that I'm thinking about it, the Tower of Gods in Wind Waker as well, is that built by the Zonai maybe? I don't think the name Zonai is ever mentioned in that game, but it looks so... The boss that you're fighting at the very end looks somewhat similar to the Zonai constructs, I think. Doesn't it even have the same color scheme? The blessed winds created by the ship put everything right. Doesn't sound like something that really happened, huh? This never-ending blizzard counts as a disaster to me. I take anything if it would save us from this, even a children's story. I guess the truth is somewhere up there past that ominous cloud. Okay, so you're telling me that your Stormwind Ark created a storm to get you to safety. The closer you get to that cloud, the colder it'll get. You'll need to take extra precautions against the blizzard. The Stormwind Ark created a storm. Like that one. Huh? Huh? Is there a weird children's song ship just sort of stuck there for some reason? Maybe malfunctioning, and that's creating the storm? Guess we have a weird arc ship to find, huh? Oh, I love that so much. How all the NPCs are doing their own stuff in the background. Wait, where did his wife go? I wanted to talk to her again. To see if she has anything else to say. Where is she? Did she leave as well? I mean, there you are.
Oh.
All the other adults have left the village to investigate the blizzard or to procure a supply of food. I believe my husband and I are the only ones still here. That said, Link, the children have taken up the adults' responsibilities while they are away. That is pretty cool. I love that so much. Children, for some reason, rarely get to play such a responsible part a lot of the time. They've divided up the work between cooking and running the shops, with each of them doing their share. To see the children working so hard gives me hope that we will weather this crisis as we have before. Yeah, that is indeed a very, very good thing to have. Well, alright, now that we've talked to everybody and have kind of gotten our bearings and our mission, let's go get that Korok before I forget. Also, the icy winds in the background, they almost sound as if they belong with the music, right? I mean, clearly it's been designed that way, but it's just super, super beautiful how it works together. Where is that Korok? Didn't I see that? Oh, there it is, okay. Oh, isn't that where I found the treasure box? That's the stable, yeah. Just want to make sure that I can actually return to the village. Oh, wait, never mind. It's just that. Perfect. That's easy to do. I thought for a second I forgot that the small little wind thingies always just create something that you have to shoot. I thought we had to follow it or something. I wonder if I can get up there. Surely not through climbing, but maybe through ascending? Hopefully we're not gonna scare one of the kids. Hello. Egg! Oh god, we did. I wasn't quite sure if, you know, NPCs were even reacting to ascending, but, well, clearly they do. Understandably so. I mean, I don't know how freaked out I would be if I saw half a person suddenly appearing through the ground and then, you know, casually jumping up. So there you go, we can. Ooh, that's a long ascent. Guess I picked the right spot.
Yep.
Well, almost. This is actually really high up. Ooh, that looks interesting. That's definitely a Korok, right? Maybe? I could even fly over to the tower first, right? Instead of taking all the path all the way around. I mean, we could go back and take a look at the path after revealing the map. I don't really know if I want to do it that way. The moon kind of looks ominous, right? It's not a blood moon, but with all the gloom coming up from the castle and Death Mountain. I love that we're also allowed up here this time, because I'm pretty sure that you could theoretically climb up here before you deal with the Divine Beast, but afterwards, I think you're not allowed up here anymore, right? Because every time you approach the Divine Beasts after they've been activated, the game sadly just resets your position. It's a very ominous moon look. Okay, there has to be a Korok here somewhere, right? I do see a stone. Do I wanna... You know, might as well. I haven't even used the pinning feature that much. I know that I used it a lot in my first playthrough of Breath of the Wild, but I feel like they did such a good job with, you know, marking the stuff in the distance. I don't know. Maybe it's also because I'm a little bit more familiar with the world that I don't really... Because at least the general landscape I still know. So it's, you know, you don't lose your way that easily. Okay, that's where we came from. I mean, from this high point, it's definitely a good idea to just maybe fly over there to check out what's in the stone pillar. I so desperately want to activate my map, but I don't want to skip over anything. Okay, the lodge that he was mentioning, that's probably that one, right? I'd imagine that we don't really have to go further than that for now. It is very dark because of the blizzard, so it's kind of difficult to see. Ooh, there is a shrine up there, which is interesting. Well, anyways, let's just check on that thing before I stand around here for even longer. How cool, though, that ascending is so much more fun than climbing. As incredibly awesome as it was to be able to just climb anything in Breath of the Wild, ascending just makes traversal even more fun. Hi, guys. Didn't know they would travel around like that. Ooh. Oh, wait. Wrong ability. Are we supposed to provide a roof for them? Yeah, haha! Bye-bye. Oh, that was cool. No, they're not snowing in that much anymore. There we go. It rights itself. Where are we going? Well, you know what? Let's just activate the tower and then I can just I don't know. Quickly go somewhere else again. That's a flight range, right? Well, the tower is actually quite far away. I always underestimate the distances when it comes to especially stamina consumption. But at least that way I'll have the map available to me. Let's see. I should really get more stamina food. Actually need more than that. Let's use this one. What is down there? There's a bunch of different flames. Is that like a chasm again? What is that? Oh, wait, no! Those are Zonai thingies. Rustboro Pass Skyview Tower. Oh, God! See the... Oopsie. I didn't see all the spiky bits. Where did they come from? You think that they were also part of the Demon King's thing? Like, are they... Because they seem so purposefully placed around here, right? So if somebody wanted to make sure that this tower would be inaccessible, I don't know. But then again, maybe it also was poorer, because once they built the towers, they wanted to make them somewhat inaccessible so that nobody could come in and just, you know, I guess destroy it or meddle with it. Alright, well that's going to give us certainly a new perspective. The cool thing is once I'm up there, I could actually just fly back to the stable and take the path around that I wanted to take, right? Yeah, perfect. Zoop. Thanks for the fiber. Gigabit connection activated. Launch in 1, go. Honestly, wouldn't that be insanely fun if you could do that in real life? Like without danger? I feel like, well, I haven't done parachuting or anything like that, so I don't really know how much fun it is, or how interesting, or how dangerous it would feel. But I'd imagine this would be a lot more fun than having to take a plane, you know, all the way up and then fly back down. If you could just do this. Ooh. Oh, the sky map is being obscured by the blizzard. That is interesting. West Hebra Sky Archipelago. All right, let's take a look at this. So, which ones of these? These structures, I think we could already see, right? These are part of the other map. I think this might be new. Looks interesting. That also looks interesting. That's lower to the ground, right? And this is as well. Yeah, one thing that really makes me wonder, especially if you look at how big the tutorial area was, I was kind of expecting these sky islands to be like bigger structures. I mean, I don't really mind it. I don't even really know what they will contain, but I'm just kind of surprised that they aren't. Although I expect this thing to be a bit bigger, maybe. Because, I mean, there has to be something that is creating the blizzard, right? I'm just kind of surprised just by the sheer amount of smaller things and bits and pieces that you can discover there. I'd imagine a couple of these are going to be maybe somewhat similar to this one, right? A small test or something else that you can discover. Oh yeah, take care. Thanks for chatting as always. Hope you have a great rest of your day. I still want to know what these funny little star-shaped things were. Because I think, wasn't there one? Yeah, here. This one. But this is insanely high up. This is unreachable even via the tower. I think it's even higher up than the Great Sky Island, honestly. At least according to the color it should be. Okay, and then obviously we get the map. The only thing I'm still a little bit disappointed by is the edge of the map. Yeah, it's only really a very, very minor gripe, and it's not really a fault of the game at all, because, I mean, they have to do it somehow, right? And I actually appreciate that the game is not taking place on an island, because I never quite like that. That is always a little bit unrealistic, in my opinion, right? Is like, why would there be an island every single time? Why is water on every side of the map? So I definitely like that they've chosen this sort of general shape, with water only being on two sides, and then two sides, you know, the landmass is actually continuing, right? Suggesting that there is more behind it that you can look at. What I always thought was really, really cool, what Breath of the Wild did, is that they make it look as if the desert is extending pretty much infinitely, but I think in the previous game, they did it through a like a sandstorm or something, and it basically turns you around, I think. It doesn't even say anything about, oh, you know, you're walking out of the map or anything. It just turns you around, you know, kind of because you're losing your way and accidentally walk in a circle, which is pretty cool. Like, that's a very, very innovative idea of keeping the player from exiting the game map, while also making it look as if it would theoretically continue and be an actual, you know, world beyond the game map. Not the biggest fan of this big valley, right? It's just a bit too unnatural to be true. But then again, I hugely appreciated not being water, so, you know, plus points for that. I had just maybe hoped that they would come up with a little bit of a different thing. Oh well. Technically, with how insanely high we can get, wouldn't we just be able to fly over there now? I don't know. I wonder... I wonder how easily you'll be able to get out of bounds. And if that's the thing. I'm pretty sure that the way they kept you from... Because in theory, you can climb forever, right? Maybe not forever, but almost forever, because the... if you have like 3 stamina wheels and also things to replenish your stamina, you can climb for a very long time. But I think the outside wall here wasn't climbable, I want to say, in the previous game, right? And you didn't really have the height necessary to get over there, and now we should. So I wonder what they did to keep you away from it. And these are the Hebra Mountains. Have to admit, I don't really remember that much about them. I mean, little bits and pieces here and there. I think, wasn't this like a big slope that you could shield surf down on? And obviously there were the like phantom horse, I think you could get here. There was definitely a Lionel somewhere. I do remember that as well. Hebra Peak. God, these... It is a pretty gigantic mountain range now that I'm looking at it, right? I mean, when you look at... the current sort of path that I took is definitely way longer than what these mountains are, but still, if you kind of want to explore the entire area, that's going to take a while. Okay, I do think I want to fly back over to the stable, because then we can make our way, like we can go this way, we can take a look at Kuho Mountain, and all these sort of side hills here. And then we can go to both the shooting range and go and ask Hearth? What's his name? What's up? What's going on? It does make me wonder where this path leads. It seems to be separate from the rest of the mountains, right? Is there other mountains? God, it's almost daunting. So much snow, so many mountains, so many things to look at. And then that's only what's on the surface. That's not even what's in the sky or below. I mean, there's still the below here as well. Oh, I don't even know what that would entail. That's the village. Let's see if I can get back. I do love the flying sound. With the flying music? I don't even know what it is specifically. Flying music, I guess. Ooh, can I make it? Or do I need more stamina? I might need more stamina. Yeah, I need more stamina. Unfortunate. Oh, God. I think this is going to be enough. Might be. Let's try to get a little bit closer here. You can see the Korok. There we go. Hey, buddy. Ooh, those were some ominous trumpets. Almost a bit too ominous for my taste. And just, you know, landing? Okay. That's the stable. Yeah, I mean, returning to the stable directly probably makes the most sense, right? I love this region so much. Let's walk around in the snow. Part of me doesn't even want to get rid of the blizzard. It creates such a calming atmosphere. But I can understand that we eventually need to get rid of it. Also, let me double check actually. Children of Rito Village. I read through this, right? No, I didn't. A severe blizzard has struck Rito Village, leaving it in crisis. Tiba has no information for you concerning Princess Zelda, but he suggested you ask Hearth at a nearby lodge. This lodge is north of the village at the foot of the Hebra Mountains, and it's marked by a pair of bonfires. I also just love how many main quests we're getting. That is so much more than we did previously. But that's also the main quest in... Oh. The main quest in general feeling more interesting, in my opinion. Come on. Do it again. There we go. Voltfin trout. Where the heck do you have a trout? Makes its home in the freshwater lakes. Its scales have an insulating compound that when cooked into a dish offers resistance to electricity. Okay. I mean, I know I mentioned this before, but I like it so much more that the main quest this time around is not just deal with Ganon and we're gonna give you a bunch of, you know, divine beasts to help you do that. It's much more involved, right? It really feels like more of a mystery that we're dealing with here. Why are you moving behind the tree? Ah, come on. I do love that little scattering though. There we go. They all have trouts with them. What the hell? Where do you guys have trouts? I mean, usually these guys are in rivers, right? Maybe they took them out of a river? I mean, they can suck stuff in, so... I don't know. Have I already taken a picture of a tree branch? Of course I haven't. There we go. Kind of dislike that the glittering thing is on the picture as well. Oh well. Let's double check here. Can we check out what's up there? Probably a Korok, right? That stone is a little bit high up. Won't be able to ascend through that one. There's just way too much stuff to look at. Oh boy, this is going to take some time. I mean, I know that I'd streamed the game quite a bit already, but seeing that my, you know, that the collection in Twitch already contained 40 hours before I started today, it's a bit... Oh boy. I mean, I haven't even investigated the first phenomenon. So, yeah. Wonder what that means for the length of this playthrough. Not that I'm complaining. I mean, the longer it takes, the more fun you can have with the game, right? Well, I shouldn't be surprised. At least he is learning and putting his signs next to actual, you know, paths that people would wander around on. Instead of on some random mountains nobody's going to see the sign on ever. Honestly, that guy could just follow us, right? He doesn't even need to go ahead. He can just, I don't know, take all your signs and just follow Link. Wasn't more than enough. Wait, there's really nothing here? No Korok? How unusual. Alright. Guess I'll just go down to Mr. Sign Guy, right? Ooh. That looks more interesting. Almost looks like a mini version of the... What were they called? Dueling Peaks? Hello. Aren't you cold, dude? What the hell? Oh yeah, he is. He's shivering. I've eaten a special rice ball I made so this cold weather won't get to me. But I can't stand here forever. I've got so many more signs to spread around. Okay. At least he has his rice balls with the anti-cold effect. Let's see here. I think we'll actually have to cut down some trees to help him this time, though. Because it doesn't look like we're getting any building materials here. We are getting a Korok, however. Oh, come on, Link. That was that. They're really making you chase the Koroks for a very long time. I feel like these bits were shorter. There we go. Yahaha! Bye-bye. Alrighty. Do I have... I guess I can just use some sword type weapon, right? So I was gonna say, I'm kind of missing an axe right now. Wait a second. What do we need anyways? Ooh. Can we stick something through there? Would that work? Of course. I don't want to use that to cut down trees. I mean, that one would probably work. Let's use this. Looks pretty cool, but might as well. Ooh. I wish I could cut it in half, but I think if I hit it again, it's just going to turn into those wood thingies. Oh, wait. Can I stick that through there? Does that work? Ooh. Ah, it does. You think that's already enough? I don't know if it's holding up because he's holding the sign. Because I'm inclined to just attach another, you know, log to the bottom. But I feel like it might work. Nope. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Okay, we do need a second one. I want to say that it would be cool to sort of design challenges by yourself that, you know, I would like to try to get this with like 1 piece maximum, for example. Or maybe the other thing that I said with, oh, not the tree branch. Damn it. Would I have the tree branch? It would just really be funny to see how, because I think, right, the problem is, or at least the way he's talking about it, makes me think that all he cares about is that the sign doesn't hit the ground, right? So if you make it fall just enough to where it just barely doesn't hit the ground, is he just gonna, you know, place it that way? Because he attaches it the way it falls, right? I feel like it can still fall forward. Right? Because, I mean, the log is round, so it could still just tilt. Unless I attach... Well... Ah, come on, dude. This is gonna hold. There we go. It does. You won't fall. Oh, he's always... If you click on him right away... So... It definitely has to stand for a little bit, right? So the game sort of waits like 1 or 2 seconds before he actually confirms that the thing is standing. Probably so that you can't cheat the whole thing. Just click on him fast enough before the sign has actually fallen. Which does lead me to believe that you definitely can... Well, you can probably cheat it in a funny way, where you can somehow get it to fall just a little bit and then be caught by something else. But you'd have to create some sort of funny contraption. I do like a lot that they always have like different sign designs, where in this particular case you could just stick one of the locks through it. Nice. More cold resistance that we don't need. And another puff shroom from his premium collection. Bonk. Still really want to have a word with Mr. Hudson about these signs. Ooh, keys. Oh, yeah. I should probably put that away, actually. Might need it to cut down more trees. Let's just swap back to this one again. Come here. Hey! There we go. Oh yeah, that works. Worked almost. Oopsie. Ice key swing. Don't let this pretty frozen surface fool you. It blasts out a dangerous freezing frost when stimulated. Ice Key's eyeball. You're imbued with freezing power and are useful in making elixirs. Attach one to an greater homing cold. Ooh, wow. Wait, so they basically give you 2 different effects then, huh? So an Ice Key's eyeball would be capable of being both a homing arrow and freezing your target. That's cool. It's pretty awesome, actually. Okay, let me see. If I wanted to go up on this mountain, what makes more sense here? Do I just want to go up? Probably, right? Because, I mean... might be worth looking at these ruins and then going up from here. I don't know. Oh, there's a Korok here. Right. There we go. I was gonna say. I think I have a free weapon slot, right? Yeah. I might be able to attack. Let's see. Fuse attack power. Right, let's create another one of these. It's actually been a while since I've used a weapon. There we go, back to this one. This seems to have pretty high durability, the electrical thingy. I wonder what this was used for in the past. Oh. Oh boy. That looks a bit more dangerous. That's one of those skeleton Hinox, right? I remember those. I think there was only one in the previous game. Or maybe this is the only one here too. Is it a Hinox? Yeah, it is. It's pretty ridiculous, doesn't it? Also, why did he put, like, skulls from his Bokoblin friends on his head? What the hell? Okay. Let me do a quick and cheeky save here. As I said in the beginning, I'm not going to go for too long today, considering I streamed like 13 hours yesterday. Because I do also need to do some stuff still. That being said, I do want to continue for just a little bit. Maybe reach the hut or something, like walk around. Also fight that funny little Hinox. So, I wonder, you think he's going to disappear if it becomes day again? Either way. Sorry, Link, that I have to literally keep you in the cold here. I mean, you have your hut above you, so that's nice. Let's see. Can I get a cool background going? It looks cooler. Let's put it that way. Either way, I'm going to take a lunch break, grab something to eat, and afterwards we're going to deal with that skeletal Hinox and make our way further to Hearth's lodge to hopefully get more information about what the hell is going on with this blizzard and how we can potentially find Princess Zelda in all of this cold, or at least find a place where she appeared. So I'll be back in a bit, eat something, and then we're going to deal with that Hinox. Be right back. Hello, and welcome back. Poor Link, when standing out in the cold for so long. I realized after I went away that I probably could have just created a campfire, because you can sit around campfires, right? That would have made more sense, but oh well. Link can survive that. I mean, at least we bought all the cold resistant stuff, and technically we have 1 point more of cold resistance that than we currently need, so he should be fine. Right? He's fine. Alright, let me... You know what? Might as well eat a spicy pepper. Funnily enough, I also had some, well, not that spicy, but somewhat spicy chicken just now, so... kind of in line with the game, right? Interestingly enough, that guy is not sleeping, so... how are we going to deal with you? The ominous autosave the game does every time you're approaching enemies. What are we going to do about you? Oh god, Ground is already trembling. Seems a bit lost, doesn't he? As if he's not entirely sure of where to go. I love that from a distance the Bokoblin skulls seem like a top hat. That's such a funny look. Ooh. Oh, so that's what happens when it's getting daytime. He's burying himself in the ground? Wow, okay. Oh, wait a second. That means that you could just pass by here without even realizing that he would be here at night, right? I mean, maybe the skulls and whatnot tip you off, or the bones tip you off that something should be here? I didn't realize it could happen. Well, I mean, I'm gonna loop back around because I wanted to take a look at the top of the mountain range here. So maybe by the time I'm done with that, he's gonna come back. I was gonna say, because he's a skeleton, right? And those are usually only there at night. So I was kind of surprised to see him just out and about, but obviously it was nighttime. It's just kind of difficult to tell with all the snow constantly. Okay. I need to make a mental note that we're making kind of a small cut here between the two mountains, right? So we want to look at this side first, and then we're going to move on towards here. I mean, a lot of people talked about caves in the vicinity, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to be here. I mean, they mentioned more the Hebra Mountains themselves, right? So I don't think this is what they meant. I mean, the surrounding area is still very, very high, so it'll be difficult to get up there, but should be possible. Oh. I want to say that that big skeleton thing of a whale or whatever it is was around in the previous game too. Didn't it even have a side quest attached to it? Possibly a shrine quest as well. Amelia, thanks for the follow. Hey, how are you? I'm great. Wanted to fight the Hinox here, the skeletal Hinox, but he just noped out and buried himself in the ground, so gonna have to do something else while I wait for him to come back. Possibly checking on this mountain range here. Well, I'm calling it a mountain range, it's just more or less a big hill, right? It's not exactly the Hebra Mountains. Are you a Korok? You don't look like a Korok, to be entirely honest. Nope. I really love that aesthetic of the moon behind the clouds. Something about this blizzard is really, really well done. I want to say that they also updated the snowfall visual somewhat from the previous game. Although, it'd be hard to compare. Because in my second playthrough, I didn't really spend too much time here in the mountains. I pretty much just did the Divine Beast, and that was it. In my first playthrough, I obviously checked out everything. Still not a Korok. Okay. I mean, the thing is, I make all my stuff myself, so I might not actually be, you know, a potential customer here. Although I do appreciate the offer, don't get me wrong. There we go. I love that you can just use this as an elevator. Bonk. Oh, but that was my one though, right? Huh. Ooh. Little wizard guy? What is he doing here? I was gonna say, something about this just looked too suspicious. I don't know, it's... Oh, wait, it got wedged in here? That is interesting. That can't be a coincidence, right? That must be set up to fall in a specific place. Or did I just get insanely lucky seeing that? I mean, not that you really need it in order to get over here, but it is very interesting nonetheless. The one thing I wish they would have done is maybe to have, although I realize that would have been insanely difficult to do, to have a bit more of a visual indicating that there is a blizzard that you're approaching. Well, it's not really a blizzard, but the heavy snowfall. I mean, yeah, we have those clouds in the sky, but from a distance, the transition between the blizzard... I know that that's super, super difficult to do, but... I mean, you can share it. That's fine with me. Although you cannot post links. I just realized. Where the hell am I even? This is a 3-split rock. What did I say? I called it the dueling peats previously, right? Yeah, the thing about these visual effects, right, is that the problem is you cannot really dedicate resources to sort of generating a giant snowstorm in the background, right? It's difficult as is to create the weather effects around the player. So making them appear in the distance like that just requires specific models to be set up like that, right? And the problem is, and you can, if you really look for it, you can kind of see it here that it's, you know, it's not necessarily the highest resolution clouds that are going to be used for that because it's so far in the distance. So the more effects like that you create, especially considering that as gigantic as the game world is for a game world, you know, when it comes to real world comparisons, that's what I was looking for. You know, the amount of distance that we can see, right, if we were to go up on a mountaintop like this, as obviously there's just vastly more space in the real world in comparison. So yeah, it's quite difficult to create these weather effects if you want to have this so localized. I don't really... The thing is... Because the snowfall is more or less created around the player when you walk in it, right? It is very, very difficult to come up with systems to make that look believable as well. Because it's one thing to create like a blob of clouds in the distance. But to make it look really, really good, that is difficult. Maybe the trick is to do a bit of a more gradual, and I said when I walked in here, right? I wish it would be a bit more gradual, bit more of a gradual transition between non-blizzard and blizzard. So make it go, you know, a little bit dark at first, and then slight snowfall starts, and so on and so forth, and then just kind of reverse those effects when you go back out. I don't know. Oh, well, that didn't work. Somehow I didn't expect that to happen. Or maybe bring in the snowfall first and then make it darker. Because it's... Especially the light is what makes it so... such a stark transition between the different regions, right? Yeah, haha! Bye-bye. I remember that skeleton. Seems to have, like, swamps around it now. I'm also kind of intrigued by these different looking trees in the area. What's that here? I mean, we got the Korok. I was already down there. I wonder how many cave entrances are in this specific region. I feel like I might be missing something. Let's go fight the wizard. Although, yeah, I might as well take this because I feel like an electricity wand type sword that I have there isn't necessarily good against a an electricity wizard. Before I do that, though, let's take a picture of you. Electric Wizrobe. I love the name Wizrobe. It sounds almost cute, right? I feel like it's not really capturing what it is. Electric Wizrobe. Lanairu, Great Spring, Tabantha Frontier. Description. These spellcasting monsters can be found all over Hyrule. They hurl balls of electricity, summon monsters surging with electricity, and have been known to cause thunderstorms in the area. The weather will normalize once the Wizrobe is defeated. Okay. Have I already dealt with one of them, I wonder? Let's quickly click through them. Already saw their descriptions. I feel like this is actually going to be fun to collect. Actually, I've already taken pictures of more stuff than I thought. The pot lid. It looks pretty bad from the side. It really is like Pokemon Snap, isn't it? Man, you know what sucks a little bit is to be able to, because I previously only had a, what's it called? Well, the small Switch, right? The handheld one, the only handheld one. And I bought an OLED Switch for, well, streaming and to be able to play it on my screen mostly. Problem being that my previous Switch was set to another language, and my new Pokemon Snap save file is set to that language still. And there is no way to change the language of the save file. But I also don't want to... I was thinking of starting over. That could have still been fun, right? Do like a second playthrough of new Pokemon Snap. Maybe I'm still going to do that eventually. I just didn't want to lose all the cool pictures that I took, right? So I was kind of bummed out that I wasn't able to change the language. Because I still haven't fully... Like, I haven't 100%ed the game, right? There's still a lot of stuff that is still... that would be left in there for me to do. I wonder if there's a way to deal with this guy that I'm not quite seeing. Like, what would combat electricity typically? Because only hitting him with normal arrows is, you know... Oh, damn it. Why isn't he... There we go. No, he was waving. Oh, I forgot that they can make themselves invisible. Oh, god damn it, Link. They don't have their actual wands anymore. I mean, maybe some of them do, but this guy didn't. That is strange. So they're also now just utilizing fused weapons with the topuses attached. So does it mean that their own weapons decay too? Like even their electrical rods that they were or wands that they were using? Weird. Swift Violet. This vitality-rich flower blooms mainly on cliff sides. When cooked into a dish, the nourishing compounds increase your movement speed. Nice. Everything's alright, Wolfie. We don't have to fight. Oh, god damn it. I wish it would be easier to cling to sides there sometimes. Oh well. Oh, now he's sleeping. Well, that's weird. It's not night yet. How exactly do they work then? So they, quote-unquote, despawn by moving into the ground, but then they're just lying about sometimes? I wonder if I would have found him like this, if it hadn't been night. So is it easier to approach them during day? But isn't his weak spot is definitely still underground, isn't it? I wish I'd had some explodey barrels. I could set down bombs next to him and just set them off, right? Like if I drop, let's see. If I just drop these next to him, once he wakes up, we can just activate them. Hey, buddy. Oh god, that's like right on him. Let's maybe put down like 2 or 3. I wonder if he also activates them if I... Bonk. If he's standing up now. Let's maybe swap over to this thing. Doesn't count as a picture yet. Ah, okay. So you can't really do anything while he's not up yet. I think he's gonna get up at 8 PM probably, right? Let's see what's gonna happen. I mean, as soon as he's getting up, it probably is a good idea to shoot an arrow at the bomb, right? In case we do find another one eventually, it'll be good to know at what exact point they're standing up, because then you can potentially even time the bombs to exactly that, right? So I could shoot at it if I knew already that he was getting up at 8 PM, I could just shoot at the bomb and pretty much, you know, pretty much just deal with them that way. Hey, buddy. Are you about to wake up? No? Is it 9 or 10 then? That is weird. That means he actually has only a very specific time frame where he's up, right? When did he bury himself into the ground? I think that was like 5 a.m. So, yeah, you don't actually have that much time to see him or to fight him, I guess. Come on, buddy. Stand up. Stand up for the champions. Or the champion, in this case, being Link. Is he just playing dead? Like, seriously. Come on, buddy. Should I get up here? I mean, I can definitely still hit the bombs. If he turns around, I could hit. I could do some bullet time with my arrows, right? Maybe that would help too. I did not expect him to be asleep that long, to be entirely honest. Otherwise, I would have done something else before. Still nothing? Okay, am I doing something wrong here? Does it have to be midnight? Or does he not wake up at all if he's already lying down like that? Do you have to approach the place before it's... I mean, apparently he doesn't mind that we walk all over him. I didn't want to just stand around here for this long. I mean, if he doesn't wake up until midnight, I'm pretty sure then at that point it just means that you have to approach him from like when it's already dark, which would be weird. I don't know. Because he's here, right? He could just stand up. His model is here. It's not like he has to load in or anything. How long is an in-game hour, by the way? Is that like a minute? Is it really 24 minutes or is it shorter or longer? Difficult to say. I want to say that it's 24 minutes, like one in-game day. Seriously? Oh man, I wanted to fight you. Nothing. Oh, well that sucks. Yeah, I probably have to run away and then come back. Why is that the thing? Maybe he's just playing dead. Maybe he knows that I would, you know, defeat him. That is very weird though. The problem is now it's so late that I would probably have trouble defeating him before he wakes up. So, you know what? Let's just mark the spot on the map. Put a stamp there. I know that I can still deal with him at some point. Well, that was anticlimactic. Wait, where did I put... There it is. That was very, very weird. Because we saw him bury himself into the ground, right? So clearly he can like change his, of course, the little skeletons, they are here. I mean, clearly he can change his sort of behavior or stance while we are there. But, I don't know. Maybe he's only getting up at certain nights, or... I don't know. Very weird either way. These trees are very beautiful though. Hey guys. Seriously, is the skeleton still aggro to me? Ah, there we go. I was gonna say, this tree has to be something special, right? With how glowy it is. I was pretty sure that the Koroks weren't gonna give up an opportunity to be near to a tree like this. Oh. Imagine if I killed myself with that stone. Oh boy. What's up with this tree, though? Is there another Korok just here, or what's going on? Looks very beautiful. Why is there a beautiful tree like this just in... Oh! Huh. Might actually be a Korok, maybe. Nope. That's not a Korok. Ooh. Hello, buddy. What the hell is going on? That's a lot of lights. There's even more lights over there. What the hell? Okay, so offering something to him... I was gonna say, so these trees, right? I guess cherry blossom trees? Maybe? They were previously, I think, only... or almost only on that one mountain that glowed in the night. And it had a similar glow to that. Like, I think it was a bit greener. But, it definitely glowed in the dark, right, at night. And those elk blurpies walked around there, I'm pretty sure. So by offering up something to the tree, it's showing certain locations. But that's a lot of locations, and there's even a couple over there too. Which makes me think that maybe there are multiple of these trees, right? And it's technically showing you the same locations every time you do that somewhere. I mean, we can easily go check on the first one, I guess. Because that seems to be somewhat close, right? I might have to come back. I'm always... every time they show you something like this, sort of in the distance, I'm always afraid that I'm just going to miss something crucial on the way. But, I mean, I can just go back if I wanted to, right? Damn it. Definitely have some enemies here. There's a bokoblin standing up there. I might be able to walk around that camp up ahead, though. I mean, I mainly want to get to the first glow, because then I have a better idea of what we're looking for here. It's also interesting to see what the glow looks like. So I want to say it almost has like a similar pattern to the Zen Garden patterns that we saw. Westlake to Torquay. Oh. I was gonna say, does it just show Korok locations in the vicinity? But I think it's showing cave locations. So where the blurpies are. I think. Well, that's awesome then. How cool. I wonder if that's specific to the mountains here, or if you can find these all over the place to tell you where the blurpies are. Because that would be such a Zelda way of showing you that, right? Instead of, again, why don't all games do this? You know, why would you ever want to have a simple menu screen or like a map screen that simply shows you locations of places if you can do this instead? How awesome is this? Can I grab you guys? Chillfin trout. This blue trout prefers cold bodies of water. Its skin contains enzymes that keeps its body cool, and when cooked into a dish, it will temporarily boost your heat resistance. Still don't really know what to do with the glowfish, though. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So that shows you caves and or potential blurpies. The blurpy ghosts. And obviously the cool thing is you can pin them. So you don't, since now that we know that there are caves, because when I first saw the lights light up, as I said, it reminded me of the mountain that was glowing in the dark previously, and I think that mountain you pretty much had to approach when it was dark in order to see what was there. But with this, obviously you can just do it. It'll show you the locations. You can pin them with your Pura pad and just go there. It's not based on time or anything, right? Oh, we got a shrine here. Not a blurpy then? Wow, Oz shrine. Huh. Weird. I was really expecting a blurpy. I didn't run past one, right? Okay. Well, maybe it's just showing caves? Independent of whether there are blurpies inside of them? How weird. But definitely good to know that this exists. See, isn't that such a beautiful way to integrate things? Like, that's even way better than Breath of the Wild did it with the weird sensor thing, right? This is so much cooler. Just discover some... And it's not even telling you really what it does. It's just taking your knowledge that you already had. Because the Koroks, right? The Koroks tend to have multiple statues where you can place... And apples are already lying in front of the statues, so by that you can infer, all right, I'm going to put an apple down where one's missing, right? But this one didn't have that. It was just one offering thing. I expect it doesn't really matter what kind of food you put in there, but it's just really, really cool to know that, well, the game teaches you the thing with the Koroks, and then from there you can infer, oh, you know, it's the same sort of bowl to put something in. So I'm just going to put something in, and then it shows you something entirely different, and it's way, way cooler than the shrine sensor from the first game ever was. Oh, that's a wooden plate, okay. These weird dispenser things almost look a bit strange, don't they? Not allowed to ascend through, obviously. Alright, what are we looking at? So we need to hit a target again. And this can tilt. So... Totally agree. Yeah, isn't it such a cooler way of doing that? I do need to remember that tree, though. Maybe I should put something like a pin on it or something like that to remind me where I can find information about the different caves. Why is this weird half ball here? Let's see. So we put the ball down, and then I'd imagine we just let this fall. Maybe? Oh, what the hell? Stop rolling off! How did you roll off? Oh, it's ever so slightly tilting. Why is it doing that? Just need to be fast. Boom! Okay, well that wasn't exactly a good throw. I guess it doesn't matter what we're gonna hit the other thing with. Let's see. There we go. First one activated. Oh, I get it. Now we're getting a little bit more of a... what's that called again? Like what a hammer does, right? Where you... I don't know the English term for it. It gives you more momentum because the way from the tilting point towards the end is longer. I guess... Why do we get the ball, though? Because isn't this thing always easier to catapult over? I do appreciate that they're giving you a like an indicator of where that thing needs to go. Oh, well, maybe that's actually too light to get over there. Oh, wait a second. Right. This way is just gonna fly up way too high, right? What we need to do is increase the momentum, so I think this is actually what we want to do. Or maybe not. Right, because now it's tilting first. I mean, I could recall it, but that is potentially difficult to do. This down here. And then, does that still work while it's rewinding? Oh. Nope, it does not work. The rewind makes it so that it doesn't work. And if I stop the rewind, it's automatically going to tilt again, right? So I'm losing momentum there. Okay. Interesting. Still need something to hit it with, though. Well, let me try one thing first. How does the ball handle that momentum? I put the ball down on this side. Instead of the funny little bowl. Because the bowl's flying too far up, right? Ooh, holy shit, that's a... very, very high. Just not far enough. Maybe I just need to hit the right spot. Because that way it's flying more forward, right? So let's try here somewhere, and then move that all the way up again. Nope. Kind of the same distance as before, just not as high. Do you think this flies better if I put it down this way? Maybe it does, huh? But it's still gonna fly way too high, I think. There we go. I think the trick was putting it the other way around. Wait, does the game actually calculate some sort of wind drag or something? How do you do that, though? Oh, that just opened the door, so we still need to get us across as well. Alright. Bonk. Ouch. Oh boy, that was actually way higher than I thought. Oh, what a fun puzzle. So my problem was just that I put it down the wrong way. Because, I mean, that makes sense, right? If it's a bowl, like if you put it down like a bowl and then launch it into the air like that, it's going to catch drag. Like way more than when you put it the other way around. Because then it's sort of the round surface it's facing the wind. I didn't expect the game to actually take that into account. I don't necessarily think that what they're doing here is calculating drag or something like that. It might just be that depending on... Maybe the objects have some sort of... I don't know, velocity modifier depending on what orientation they're in. Oh god. I didn't see the chest, damn it. Well, I mean, the door's already open, right? So... Might as well go over again. So... I mean, if I just launch myself, I should be able to just fly back, right? There we go. Easy enough. Hopefully something of... You know, something that I can actually use is in here. Ah, spicy elixir. Well, I cannot use that, but sure. This is very, very fun, though. It does make me wonder why they give you the round ball. Maybe it'd be more difficult with that? Like a challenge mode of the same puzzle? Or is it... It could also be that they're trying to teach you, while lighter objects obviously fly further. Either way, very, very fun. Almost wish it would have had like a third stage with another neat way or trick to change up the contraption that I was using to lift up the objects. Now that I'm looking at the outfit again, I wonder, did they do the shoulder-free thing on purpose so that you could still see Link's cool sort of arm tattoo that we're now having? I mean, the other armor doesn't do that, but this is new, right? That didn't exist before, so I don't know. Let's see if it counts as fully having done the cave, right? Because usually you get the check mark, I think, when you also found the Blurpy. Or Booble Frog. Yeah, no check mark. Maybe I did run past it? Ooh, there's another opening over here. Ah, there we go. Knew it. Wait, do they even have... Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, you don't even need anything special for them. Oh god, little Blurpy, why did you run into my direction? Booble Jam. Well, thankfully, I don't think you can hit them with anything. And now we have the check mark. Perfect. Now we see the skull up here. Huh. Those things are still lit, though. I wonder if that stays around. Oh, yeah, wait. It's... Oh, well, now it's night again. Does that just stay now that I activated the tree? Because that would be pretty insane. Maybe, huh? So, I don't expect all of those caves to contain a shrine, but they probably will contain the Blurpies, right? Oh, this is still active, though. This was still lit up. There has to be a time constraint to that, though. I really don't expect it to just stay on the entire time. Then again, maybe it does. Oh, that's what you were talking about the other day? With the lights? Oh, right, because you said there was going to be another way to find the caves, right. Yeah, I didn't expect this at all. This is like a super, super cool feature. Hello! Oh, really? Fine. Ding, ding, ding. Fang. Yep, okay. Yeah, it's such a... That is such a perfect way to give you, you know, nothing with like weird mini-maps or, you know, weird symbols or anything. Just put it into the world, right? Make the player actually look at the beautiful stuff you've created. A roasted wild berry. And a roasted tree nut. Oh, they had a bunch of berries in here. Alright. Explosions are definitely the most efficient way to roast a bunch of stuff. Another one. Oh, do I actually want to take that with me? I mean, I could just get rid of this one. Why not? Oh, what the hell is this? I mean, it's a plank with 2 metal hooks on it, but... Where does it come from? That's supposed to be a sled? Okay, so the tree is over there. I can even see some light over there too. Oh yeah, it's everywhere. That's gotta be really, really curious to find out for how long that sticks around, or if it sticks around at all. Either way, a really, really awesome mechanism. Okay, there's some Lizalfos there. I don't know if it's worth it to go back there again. Doesn't really seem to be the case. I mean, there is clearly a bunch more here, and then we also have this giant skeleton, but part of me does want to continue to the hut for now. I mean, I am somewhat close. I want to know what's going on here. Technically, at one point, we'll probably be coming from this direction as well. So, I mean, it's also on the map. It's just billion directions to go into. Ooh, more of these things. Nice. Tactics Turkey, hi, welcome back. Ah, this is also a neat little crack. You can really sneak your way up on them. So many as well. How many caves are there? That's like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 simply just on the mountainside that we can see. Oh boy. Well, anyways, let's just go back down. These trees are super, super beautiful. It's also such a soft, sort of subtle glow. Almost. I don't know what it is about them specifically that makes them seem like that, but it's... Because it looks as if they have, like, neon blue leaves or something, but I think in reality that's just kind of snow that is sticking to them, right? Or ice, maybe? So many things to look at. Oh, I was gonna say, wait, is the waterfall coming down onto Rito Village now? But no, it's just behind it. Oh, it's just fallen stone. From the side, it looked like logs, just very big ones, but it's a fallen stone. Oh, I was going to say, why are there these big banners? But that's around the shooting range, right? Or flight range? What was it called? Flight something? What the hell is this lonely little box doing out here? Oh, it's an arrow. I was gonna say, wait, take? What? Oh, still so many things to look at in the distance. I feel like I'm gonna be disappointed once I leave the, or not disappointed, but I'm gonna miss the snowfall once I get into other territories. Or maybe not. I mean, I'm pretty sure that other areas are equally beautiful. Snowfall is just something even more specific. I can still see a cave back there. Huh. They seem to be fading now, don't they? Or is it just the blizzard getting thicker? Because maybe they just fade out. So maybe they stay around for like 2 days and then slowly fade. And you have to reactivate them? That could be it. I mean, I roughly remember where the tree was standing, so it shouldn't be too difficult to reactivate them. And, yeah. As soon as you do, you can... I should have just... You know what I could have done? Yeah, I always kind of forget about that functionality, but I could have just looked at them, stick a pin down, and then you can just go to your map and exchange the pin for one of the stamps. That definitely would have worked, but whatever. I can actually... You know what? Let's put one down here. Which one makes sense for this? That looks more like a quest marker. That would be for mineral, right? That's kind of NPC. You know what? Let's just use that. That way I'll remember where the tree is. Being able to move around easier. Yeah. You are kind of slow. Although I actually appreciate that. I don't know, something about the moving like this. Just makes you feel even more as if you're on like a long journey, right? And it's arduous to get forward. Although, over time, that effect definitely can wear quite a bit on you. And, read to flight range. Oh yeah, flight range. I was almost expecting Mr. Sign Guy to be around the Hudson Construction Materials again, but maybe it's getting too cold for him at this point. But yeah, I don't know. It's either the snow getting thicker, or maybe it is that they're just... the light is slowly fading over time after you activated it. Which I can see. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to stay around forever, so... it makes sense that it would fade. What happened here? Why are there so many Zonai that fell down? Wait, they're next to the Bokoblins. Have the Bokoblins... Are they afraid of the Zonai constructs? Have they built that funny little fence there? Oh, that's their fence pieces! Now I can see it with the little metal things to anchor them on the ground. That was a fence piece. Maybe I just blew it away when I hit the explosive barrels, huh? So... are you looking at me? Is there a way where we can make them fight each other? You know what would be really fun? Is if we had something that made a noise. And you could shoot it somewhere and enemies would go to that location. Maybe we're actually going to get something like that in the future. I don't know. Let me try this one. Is your barrier floating away, huh? Well, it didn't really fly far. That's so cool. Oh! Did it see them? Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, there we go. It worked. That's so awesome. Oh boy. They're just annihilating the Bokoblins. I almost feel bad for them. I just made their barrier fly away. Ooh, the other ones are coming for revenge. They don't stand a chance against them. Holy shit. Guess the Zonai constructs are pretty capable. They're just burning them to death. Holy shit. Well, that was effective. What's going on? Are you instigating wars? I'm doing nothing. Oh god, they saw me. I did absolutely nothing. I just attached a balloon to a piece of wood. That was all I did. Oh. Ah. There we go. Ah! Stop it! Stop hitting me! I guess they are quite dangerous as a group. Oh. Yeah, sure. Oh god. Didn't realize there was another one that can spew fire. I don't need the cold resistance. Should I eat my apple pie? Ah, why not? No, wait. Let's eat this. Okay. There we go. God, the ones with the flamethrowers are actually quite dangerous. Karma come rolling in. Yeah, you could say that. I didn't realize they were so difficult to deal with. Because previously I felt like they were easier, but well, I guess they're also the bigger variant. Oh god. I should have healed. Yeah, I didn't realize they were actually the, I guess, the big ones that we fought in the, like, as a mini-boss in the shrines. I do love, though, how the bokoblins have just, like, they just build a wall against the Zonai construct. Okay, let's do that again. But this time, I need to be prepared to deal with them afterwards. Oh god. Yeah, I definitely did not realize it was the big ones. Okay. Where's my balloon? I had hoped it would fly a little bit higher. The barrier, I mean. But it's enough to make it tumble, so... There we go. Oh god. It's just insane to see. I want to say that the Zonai constructs are even accidentally damaging each other, right? Because they just go ham immediately. Oh, it fused the barrier to its weapon. God, poor bokoblins. Really didn't know what to... Oh! They got rid of one of the constructs. Oh. A lot more capable this time, huh? Well, they're fighting back there, though. Whoa. God, I love how dynamic it is. This time they got rid of 3 constructs. Okay. I should probably deal with the bokoblin first, huh? Are they meant to be fought later with better gear? Yeah, the whole healing bit I think is still a bit... I wish they would have come up with a better solution for that. I definitely think that there should be a fast menu like this, right? For healing. I don't know why they didn't do that. I mean, okay, so pushing down on the D-pad is summoning your horse, but the whistling, you really don't need that often. So I feel like that could be maybe bound to something else, or I don't know. I feel like there should be a menu to open like this, you know, in a fast way that allows you to just heal very quickly with the food that you have. It is also very unfortunate, right? Because, like, food in and of itself is quite fun, especially all the cooking parts. Icy meat gives me heat resistance, so that's also still a thing. Might as well pick up the spear, huh? Oh no, never mind. Out of weapon slots. Do the constructs die in one hit to the eye? I don't think so. At least not the bigger ones. It still depends on the damage you're actually dealing, I think. Yeah. I mean, you're definitely meant to hit the eye, or it's kind of pretty much works the same as it does with most other things. That it's just a weak spot. Feathered edge. That sounds cool. Hey, buddy. I always forget that you can do that as well. Ooh, God. Why the heck are they dealing that much damage? Let's use this for a bit. They're definitely very, very strong, though. At least that one's gone. Let's see. Didn't I have a... There we go. Dazzle fruit. Nice. Ooh. Wait. Why is the flame emitter gone? Nope. Stop that. I don't know why I froze it. There we go. Yeah, the big ones with the 3 eyes, or 6 eyes, I guess. They're definitely a lot more capable. Captain Construct 2 Horn. Sharp blade like horn with a split tip that easily slices anything it touches. Attach it to weapon to moderately increase its attack power. A Traveler Sword. Okay. I'm gonna need that. Where was the other thing that I wanted to pick up? Soldier's Shields? Ah, this thing, right? Yeah, feathered edge. A double-edged Rito sword with a decayed blade. Swinging it produces a strong wind, so just like the what are they called? Oh, wait, I didn't want to take that. Like the spears, right? Zonai sword... Oh wait, did they fuse the sturdy long stick? Did they fuse the shield to the stick or something? Oh, let's take the sword. That was really fun though. I love that you can remove barriers by shooting balloons at them from a distance. Okay. Right, I should probably, let's see, what can we fuse to this? Fuse attack. I do still have one of these, and now I have one of these. So let's do this on the small blade. Nice. And then on the broadsword, we can fuse this thing. There we go. And then I guess I'm going to switch back to this one because I've been using it for a while now. Might break soon. But there are truly some tough enemies in a group, because they shoot arrows at you, which can be really, really strong or can deal a lot of damage. They have the flamethrowers that are not easy to run away from, honestly, because they have quite a bit of range. And one of them also had a shield, which was difficult to hit him through. So, yeah, as a group, they're pretty tough. I guess I got lucky that this time around the Bokoblins actually did something against them. anything here? Oh, for a second there I thought it was already open, but it's just, it has like a gray edge to it. Giant Bright Bloom Seed, 5. Alright. Don't know if I'll ever actually use them. I guess I can maybe make something out of them. Okay, that's the hut we want to go towards. Before I do that, though, let's see if anybody is actually at the flight range. I kind of... yeah, looks like somebody's here. Kind of expected it to be, you know, empty because... Oh! Wait, isn't that the former Elder? Because I thought they were all on a mission somewhere, right? To like, find food and whatnot. What are you doing here? Caneli. Hoo-hoo, it isn't Link. I'm glad to see you safe and looking so well. Oh, as you may have heard, I retired from my position as Elder and entrusted the village to Tiba's leadership. Well, we didn't hear that you retired. I thought you were dead. Well, I spent my days here at the flight range, helping mold the next generation of Rito warriors. I may look like an old fossil now, but I was quite the warrior in my day. I would have bested even Tiba. Not so anymore, though. Unfortunately, the equipment here has been damaged in the blizzard. I would like to install new training devices, but there's no telling when I'll be able to actually do so. This is a meaningful place for the Rito. I feel a duty to protect it. That said, the most these old bones can really manage is to prevent the flight range from being buried in snow. I mean, that's a lot. Like, shuffling that much snow around is not actually an easy task. Especially if you're... How old is he? 150? Probably older, right? Wait, don't the Rito... Aren't they getting really old? That's why I have to keep this fire going. Or maybe the fire is doing that. Oh, that archery set is left over from past training sessions. It's a shame they're simply collecting dust, but I have no other plans for them. You seem like someone who could put them to good use, Link. They're yours if you want them. Wait, thanks! Swallow bow. This bow is a favorite among Rito warriors. The bowstring has been specifically engineered for aerial combat, which allows it to be drawn faster than a normal bow. I definitely want to take a picture of it. I don't really think... I mean, drawing it faster is cool and all, but... Unless I want to get rid of this one. Let's just keep it here. I mean, I'm pretty sure we'll come back eventually. I love the tune in the background. Oh, wait a second. Stuff actually fell in here. Didn't realize that happened. That looks very different from the other ruins, though. Even has a lot of color on it. So that sounds like once we deal with the blizzard, we'll probably be able to do some sort of minigame here again, right? I do need to double check. Do I have something for stamina? That's speed boost, speed boost. Quietly. That's like cold and heat resistances, right? Electrical resistance. Do I really have nothing else that can give me stamina? I desperately need that. That's such a cute little tune that they're playing here. Oh, cook it to restore stamina. There we go. Let's put 2... And stamella shrooms. Nice, okay. Have some salt. What fits best with these? Because I don't necessarily... I just want to increase my stamina, right? I don't want to... Guess I can just add the acorn. Energizing fried wild greens. Alright. I think it's probably going to be the same thing, right? But I mainly want to use them for stamina if I want to fly further. Okay. Because I definitely churned through some stamina stuff earlier. 2 more, and then I'm also going to cook the stamella shrooms. Link's little tunes. One thing that all this music is just making me want to do is play through all the old Zelda games. Ah, that would be so much fun. I really wish I had a way to connect my 3DS to my monitor, because I don't want to play on that small screen, but I would so desperately love to play through Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask on that. I mean, I know there are the versions on the Switch, but those are just purely the N64 versions, right? I mean, still better than nothing, I guess. Maybe I really should look into emulating the 3DS stuff. Because, I mean, I own the games and I own a 3DS, so technically I'm allowed to emulate it, right? Just to be able to put it up on my monitor. It's just, part of me, I always really struggle with that thought because, I don't know, I like to have a save file on a cartridge. Something about that just is more nostalgic to me. But, oh well. Maybe at some point I'll do it. Right, so I guess we're just gonna come back here later. After he cooks, he's so proud of himself, yeah. I love that they extended that, right? Because he was doing that before, but he always, I think he always just had the one sort of tune he was humming and the one animation, and now it's a bit more varied. Especially that he hums all the old Zelda music. It's pretty perfect. I mean, to be fair, I would also be insanely proud of myself if I could just throw a bunch of things in a pot and it just came out as a perfectly cooked dish. I think I would be really, really happy about that. Though, I do have to admit, cooking is very, very satisfying. I don't know. At least for me. I think, something about, especially the time that it also takes to prepare some of the ingredients, it just makes you appreciate them more at the end of the day. Ooh, hello, there we go. I was kind of expecting you earlier, buddy. He did not have time to put a sign high up because he's cold. Because that's sort of what it looks like. Oh, whoops. Wrong ability. I think this time I'm not going to use any of the beams. You know what? I wonder. Well, now I want to test it. Alright, let me see. Let me put this down real quick. Let's take one of these wheels, because I want to see if I can make it fall somewhat before... before it's being caught by what I'm creating here. And if that still counts, or if at some point he just still counts it as it falling down. There we go. Frank loves cooking meals in-game. Yeah. It is very, very awesome. Like the apple pie that I created earlier, there is a lot of meals that you can craft that don't really, they don't give you any benefit at all, right? They do the exact same thing as the sort of basic stuff you can do. I love that they put that in there, right? If you really want to go all out on cooking. And I mean, they also give you tips on that, right? There's certain, like the book in the village that tell you what you can do. So that would fall over, right? So the wheels do turn. I mean, if I just wanted to make it fall somewhat, that could work, but... Oh god. Okay, that doesn't work. I mean, I could try to create some sort of a V shape that it can fall into, so that it's, you know, tilting a lot, but not actually fall to the ground. Let's see if I can pick this up. And if I tilt this once, like that, how does that attach? Okay, yeah. Because if it falls down, I mean, technically it's falling, just weirdly. Let's see. Try letting go. You love cooking IRL? Okay. That's actually fun. Well, I mean, that's sort of, you know, it's the same with other video games, right? Or with simulators. I don't know. A lot of people playing like bus simulator and whatnot, even though they wouldn't necessarily enjoy driving buses in real life. I guess you can look at it like that, because the I guess simplicity of putting meals together in a video game can be quite satisfying, while in real life it might take, you know, some time to do it. I mean, you have to get the ingredients. Sometimes it's you have to have the tools as well. Like sometimes I'm just missing something and okay, yeah, that does not count. So it still fell. I wonder if it's something about the velocity or something it hits the ground with that counts it as having fallen. I mean, that would have been too easy if that counted as not falling. But what if... let's see. Because that's the thing for me with cooking in real life, right? As fun as it is, and as satisfying as it can be to, you know, eat stuff that you've prepared yourself. Sometimes it can be quite annoying when you're really looking forward to something, or you want to like cook something specific, and then you realize, oh, I'm missing this one either tool or ingredient or other things that just make it quite a hassle, right? Or sometimes there's also stuff where you just have a lot of ingredients left over, and then you're kind of wondering, well, what am I going to do with that now? right? Now I'm forced to cook something else with it, even though I didn't really want to. So it's a whole bunch of things that can make it quite complicated where it, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be, or it can deter you from it. So plays Animal Crossing obsessively. Yeah, that is actually, Animal Crossing is a good point. I mean, I put about, I think, well, at least according to my Switch, I played Animal Crossing for about 350 hours or something. And I felt like at the end of the day, I didn't even really get that far with my island. Like, Animal Crossing is strangely addicting, yet at the same time, you really, when you're looking at it, you're really mostly doing chores, right? Because no matter what you're doing, you even go through a list. Like, shortly after it came out, right, and I bought it and played it, you're sort of sitting there, okay, what am I going to do? I'm going to, like, what was it? Shake every tree on my island. I'm going to talk to every villager, like, once per day, right? I'm going to collect all the, like, meteorites that fell down. And then I'm going to look at the shop and buy the new furniture that I haven't gotten yet from whatever is available that day. And then, I don't know, what else was it? Possibly take a look at whether or not some flowers have grown where they shouldn't have. Things like that, right? So you're, like, there's a whole list of things. And I actually caught myself at one point realizing, because I wanted to, like, continue designing my island and whatnot, but it always took me like almost 2 hours to just get through the daily stuff before I could even get to the things I wanted to do. Which is kind of funny looking back at it. And it's very, very, Animal Crossing just has this, it doesn't feel like chores, at least not for me. Right? It heavily depends on the person, obviously, but it's just strangely calming. I don't know if it's something about just being on that island. Also, maybe realizing that the sort of spaces you walk through have been designed by you, right? Or can be designed by you, depending. So, I played for 30 minutes, said, nope, I'm not doing this. Well, I mean, or you can play together. That's also a thing that you could do, right? Just put your house on the same island. Let another person do all the chores, and you just come in and, I don't know, enjoy life. Ah, well, it didn't fall down as much as I wanted to. I could still move it though, right? Would that count? Let's see, does that still count? Does it fall further? Ah, okay. Was it because it was still moving? I wonder what counts as it falling down. Maybe sort of halfway? You think the game actually knows when it's fallen halfway down? Let's see. Well, whatever. Just secure it. I feel like I might still be missing Zone A devices or something to... Because, I mean, you have... There's things that can be activated after a certain time frame, right? So, I would like to know what happens if you, for example, attach a rocket or something and just blow the shield up into space. Biting meaty rice balls. Thanks, dude. I have so many things against cold weather and I don't even need it. Damn it. Yeah, that is definitely secured well. Because I'm thinking if it would be possible. Well, of course it highly depends on what counts as falling. Because I would like to build something like this, but something that can still slowly turn. So it has like a wheel attached somewhere that makes it ever so slightly, very, very slowly descend or something like that, so that the shield, that the sign just tilts more and more and more. And then just talk to him before it hits the ground or something, so that it'll stand like really, really tilted. But I don't think that it'd be possible with just these materials. And the couple Zona devices I have, I don't think would be capable of doing that. Although, what would happen if you really attached something like a balloon and a fan to it? Or just a fan? Because that wouldn't hold it up. It would literally fly away at that point, right? I mean, I guess... No, wait, he's letting go, though. Huh. Wonder what he would do then. Hebra Mountain Climbing Path. Alright, let's look at this cool hut here. I love these little huts in the snow. I just realized. So the Blood Moon, that's bringing back the monsters, right? Somehow through the Demon King's energy. Are the Zonai constructs returning as well? Because I get the feeling they will, because they're just considered enemies, but how does that make sense? Huh. I need to check on that. This, like, little war that has been happening here between the Bokoblins and the Zonai. I wonder if they all respawn during a Blood Moon. Because if they do, technically, that'd be really strange. Alright. Anyways, let's talk to you. I love your little house that you built here. Are you the person I'm looking for? No, you're not. That is Nick. Hey there. Are you here because you spotted the bonfires? The blizzard makes it hard to see where you're going, so we keep these bonfires going as a beacon for lost travelers. They eat up a lot of firewood, but it's worth it. You can spot them even from up in the air. Yeah, you can spot them from really far away. I mean, the blizzard isn't actually that thick, honestly. Though as proud as I am of them, I can't beat the spotlight set up around that fancy Skyview tower. I mean... Spotlights are kind of gone, but I guess it's glowing blue now. It won't warm you up like a bonfire will, but it's hard to beat it for size and sheer brightness. Hylians are pretty incredible to have built something so impressive. That is very true. I still want to know who actually built them. I mean, I'm pretty sure Pora probably designed them, but... If you lose your way in the blizzard, you can count on our bonfires to help you get oriented. Makes me wonder if, once we go further into the mountain range, if visibility really will become pretty poor? Probably, right? And then again, I mean, they're easy enough to see from Rito Village, because there isn't really much else around here that's very high up. Out of the mountains? Not really. Hebra Trailhead Lodge. What is this stuff? Oh. You're looking at the Zonai things?
Ah.
We found these strange things at the foot of the Hebra Mountains. They're oddly shaped, aren't they? I've done every test I can think of, but I haven't learned anything. Not even what they're made of or what they're for. All I know is that they're pretty heavy and pretty sharp. It'll probably hurt if you got hit with one, huh? Yeah, I can attest to that. I just got stabbed to death a couple minutes ago. Well, I've got all I'm going to get out of these things. If you want them for some reason, they're all yours. Well, that's nice. I'm gonna take your firewood as well. Even though you just said that you kind of need that, but... oh well. These things sure are strange, huh?
Can't begin to guess who made them or for what purpose. All I know is that it'd hurt pretty bad if you got hit by one. They've been falling from the sky. What's going on in the air up above the Hebra Mountains? I don't have any use for these, so they're used for me. Yeah, I already took them. Yeah, I still can't believe just the sheer amount of stuff that must have fallen out of the sky. Not just giant rocks, but all of these Zonai swords and whatnot. How many did... I mean, it's Zelda, so don't think they're ever going to tell us that, but... a couple people must have died, right? Even a lot. Hebra Mountain climbing path. Okay. So from this point, we can definitely reach the shrine up here, I think. Korvash Peak. Well, let's see if we're going to get any sort of tip as to where to go, because, you know, other than just flying up and directly going to these islands or directly going into the storm, it's a pretty big place to just be exploring around. I mean, I would do that anyways, but... Ooh, nice oil. Wonder what oil and spicy peppers actually would make. How did they put so much different music in all these places? That's so cool. We had like, what was it called? Xylophone? Is that what it was? Well, like, the thing you hit with the stick, with the ball on the end? I don't know what they're called. You know, not a piano, but it's kind of the same arrangement for the notes. Xylophone, right, yeah. There are these big ones, right? That was what was playing when we were talking to the Elder, or former Elder. And now we have... it's like some sort of plucked strings here. It's probably some sort of special type of guitar. But with a little bit of piano in the background. It's really, really cool that they... I mean, they're all pretty sort of subtle notes and melodies, but they're all different. It's just for this tiny little hut. Okay, I'm pretty sure you are the person I want to talk to. Oh, nice hair. Hearth, Link, you alright? I worried after I heard that you'd gone missing. What happened? I want to meet your barber. That looks awesome. So you're looking for Princess Zelda. Sorry to tell you that I haven't heard anything about her. My feathers are full dealing with a more immediate problem. Everyone from the village has left to scavenge for food or to investigate the cause of this terrible blizzard. And all that has been hampered by the sky monsters that seem to be everywhere. Oh, the Zonai probably, huh? We're spread too thin to deal with them properly on top of everything else. Sorry, but wish I could do more for you. Though, now that I think of it, maybe Tulin could help. Oh yeah, where did he actually go? Didn't he fly over here? Oh, right, you weren't around for it, but little Tulin has developed a way with wings that puts the adults to shame. Even in this vicious weather, he patrols the skies and reports all kinds of useful information. His wind gust technique is something to see. None of the rest of us can pull it off. Ooh, that sounds cool. Even Stern Tiba acknowledges that Tulin's skill is a cut above. The kid does preen about it more than he should, but, well, it's worth asking him at least. Last I saw him, he was with Gassan and Lysa on a trip to find food. Man, the Rito children, they're really something else, huh? Super capable. I think they were on the way to Hebra's South Summit Cave. It's to the northeast from here. The cave is past the cliff out front, and up the mountain road, there should be a bonfire marking the spot. Find the bonfire at the mouth of the cave, and you'll be on your way to finding Tulin. Okay, cool. Thanks for the info. What the hell are you looking at?
On his map, it looks like he's circled specific stones that fell out of the sky, right? Where exactly is that, what he's looking at? Here. Yeah, these structures. These dark spots here. That's what he's marked. I haven't uncovered this part of the map yet. I actually wonder where the tower is. I wonder why they kept this separate. Because the blizzard actually slightly covers it as well. But I don't think I have even seen where the map activation tower is over here. So they're investigating all of the different stuff that fell out of the sky. Rito Records. Read the book about the Stormwind Arc. Yes, definitely. The legend first. One day, the winds that ought to blow in Rito Village ceased. Then the heavens grew stagnant, and the earth fell to ruin. So this is a bit more of a comprehensive version of what happened compared to the song, because the song felt like it was overlapping different things. So the wind ceased. The villagers looked skyward for a solution. They saw a figure pierce through the unmoving grey clouds and descend swiftly toward them. A figure. Believing no ordinary being could fall from the heavens, the villagers called this figure a god. And the god stood atop a hill day after day, longing to return home to their island in the heavens. Was it a Zonai that somehow fell down? What? But I thought, at least according to the memories of Zelda that we've seen so far, at least, it looked as if all the Zonai stuff was once on the ground and possibly got lifted up later. The villagers, forgetting their own troubles, tried to carry the god home on their proud wings. Yet who could say how far it might be, the place this god came from? The Rito took flight in turn, each hoping to reach that place above the clouds. Alas, none had wings strong enough. Seeing this, the god told the leader of the village that returning to the heavens was possible if the Rito gathered materials. Their spirits high, the villagers set about doing so. The god nodded upon seeing the tall pile of materials. This, they understood, would be enough. The god poured a strange power into the pile and several small boats were assembled. Okay, so it was definitely a Zonai, and a Zonai capable of constructing things as well. That is so strange then. Maybe the memories did take place in the sky. Or maybe, I mean, now they're islands, right? But who's to say that maybe at that point they were like far, far larger landmasses in the sky. And far higher as well, so that they wouldn't really be seen that easily from down below. Because I mean, it very much looks to be that all the different sky islands that we can see now, they all look slightly broken. Some look very broken. So whatever technology they employed to lift them up has, well, I mean, time has just taken its toll, I guess, on all of the islands. But that sounds so weird. That actually sounds as if the Zonai possibly just fell from the sky accidentally. And also, so that also means that all the Zonai stuff already existed at that point? So was this before or after that Zonai with the 7 tiers descended and forged a bond with the Hylians? Cautiously, the villagers boarded. The small vessels began floating up into the air. With the god leading them, the boats rose higher and higher, soon passing through the thick clouds. The vastness of the heavens took the villagers' breath away. Floating islands dotted a clear blue sky. The villagers rejoiced songfully and then, with reluctance, returned to earth. One day, winds at the village roared back to life. In shock, the villagers looked to the sky. Floating above them was an enormous ship that the god had sent in gratitude. Numerous oars on both sides began to move like wings, soundlessly churning the skies. Air blew across Hebra once again. The skies cleared and blooming flowers rose from the ground. The god had given them the blessing of wind. This ark that saved the village from catastrophe came to be known as the Stormwind Ark. So ends the story of the Stormwind Ark that saved the village long ago. An interesting tale. I mean, that's a bit funny to think about considering that we know that the Zonai are quote-unquote just a highly developed, nation, race. So it's not really a god, it's just that somehow they said, oh, maybe they need help, so let's build, a giant ship with a lot of turbines on it to blow the clouds away. I mean, it is a legend, so it might very well be that not all the details are correct, or the timeline doesn't really match up, or that, it's probably embellished here and there as well. Maybe it's not necessarily that it blew all the clouds away, or that it literally, turned a place that... Because there still had to be a reason for the wind disappearing in the first place. I don't know. Maybe that's just nature changing over time. But it does make me wonder why... So did the Zonai lift everything up into the air to just... be safe from something? Possibly the Demon King? So it was after that? But did they... Because, I mean, if the sort of union with the Highlands had already happened, then surely they would know about that, right? I don't know. Once a god fell from heaven, stilling the Hebrew winds. The heavens grew lifeless just as the air below thinned. The world in upheaval, we pledged to help the Lord. A line of ships soaring built a passage skyward. Yeah, the funny thing is that the song makes it seem a lot more as if the Rito were the ones instigating the help. But ultimately, I mean, yeah, they brought all the materials in, but the Zonai was the one putting it all together, right? The god ascended to heaven, leaving behind an ark. Its winds brought us new life thanks to its great divine spark. So it's definitely not the divine beast then. Which that is still a big question here as to... when did the Sheikah live? So I want to say that the Zonai came before, right? So, and the Sheikah then just built on their technology, possibly? So, how does that work? When was that? Was that later? I'm drawing up a special menu for those out scavenging for food or investigating. Ingredients are hard to come by in this blizzard, but we'll be fine if we get a little creative with our cooking. With the right ingredients, a little food can go a long way. For example, a pinch of spicy pepper warms you up so you don't notice the cold so much. We do not have many of them here, but you're welcome to what's available. In tough situations like this, everyone needs to look out for each other and help where we can. Yeah, sorry about that. I took all of them. I already have like 100. Do you want some? Because, I can definitely spare a few. I don't actually need them at all. Do I still want to cook something? I still have a lot of stuff left, honestly. What I do find very, very interesting, that it looks like they're not actually giving us a quest location, right? It just tells us where it supposedly is, which I like a lot. Hearth has no leads on Princess Zelda either. He suggested you speak to Tulin, who has been scouting the skies since the fierce blizzard began. Hearth said that Tulin went to the Hebra South Summit Cave with Gassan and Lysa. Its entrance is marked with another bonfire. Hebra South. He mentioned more though, right? Jackton Village. What are you doing? Other than making sure everyone is fed, mostly we investigate that what the deal is with this blizzard. This island-looking thing appeared in the sky along with the blizzard.
It's been raining down junk on us ever since. Not only that, we have to deal with these packs of flying monsters. I've never seen anything like them. Oh, that sounds different to Zonai. Most of us are focused on checking out the mountains themselves, but some are looking into Rito legends and fables. We're casting a wide net with this one. Anything that might be related is fair game. You never know where the clue that breaks the whole thing wide open will be found after all. I wouldn't rule anything out as long as there's a chance. Okay. Right now, Chulin is with Gassan and Lysa looking for food at the Hebra South Summit Cave. The blizzard hasn't hit the caves as hard, so you can still find fish and mushrooms inside them sometimes. The cave they were headed out is to the northeast, up the mountain road past the cliff out front. Alright. Well, it shouldn't be too difficult to find them. There's a bonfire burning at the cave's entrance if you need a landmark to find it. Learn anything? We're nearly certain that the source of this blizzard is above that cloud. If we can confirm that, it's a good first step. We don't yet have the supplies to make the trek up there, but we're chipping away at the problem little by little. Just rewind one of the stones. Easy. Just between you and me, we're thinking of sending Chulin as our investigator. You should see him in action. His abilities really are something, Link. He's a better fly and archer than most of the adults. And the way he can create winds at will, that's a trick I've never even heard of anyone else pulling off. The only thing is, with all that skill at his command, he tends to assume he doesn't need anyone else backing him up. That's gotten him into trouble more times than I can count. Yeah, that does sound pretty, dangerous, honestly. Tiba and I talk all the time about what he could accomplish if he could only get rid of that silly idea. If you intend to follow Chulin in this kind of weather, be prepared before you head out. Right. Okay, northeast. That sounds easy enough. Probably towards where the shrine is, if I had to guess. Maybe a little bit further, right? Could be that it's like here somewhere. Okay. So we have a direction and a goal. Light range. Well, I guess now I'm already here, right? It wouldn't really make sense to move somewhere else. Also, I'm just super interested in seeing what this is all about. I absolutely love these quests so far. Guess we'll have to help Chulin then. But, sadly, I will do that next time. Because I do have to work. And work tomorrow as well, and I also still want to prepare some stuff in Final Fantasy for the raid next week. So, I think we're gonna keep Link warm and cozy in this nice little hut. It is really, really cozy, right? I love these kinds of huts. Especially if you have a nice fireplace, a lot of light. It's warm and cozy. Pretty awesome. And then next time, I can look for Chulin and, well, we can investigate further what the hell this cloud in the sky is all about. I get the feeling, well, certainly there's a lot of islands up there. I mean, we can see them, right? But I get the feeling that maybe whatever that weird Stormwind arc is or was is possibly broken and or malfunctioning and creating much more wind than it originally was supposed to. So, yeah. I feel like that's something that we need to check out. I really wonder what that's going to entail. I mean, it does sound a bit as if it's going to be something akin to a divine beast again, right? Something that we might have to enter with Chulin's help. Especially since... Don't sleep, Link. Especially since... I guess it's really, really cozy in here, huh? We might need that ability that they told us about him being able to create gusts of wind at any given point. Technically, I want to say that we could do something similar, for example, with the campfire / acorn thingy technique. Well, depending on the winds up there, it might be very, very difficult to pull that off. Or maybe it's... Because
somehow they would have to make sure that the player cannot just do that on their own. So I'm expecting there to be some sort of really, really strong wind barrier or snow, ice, whatever barrier that we cannot really penetrate without Julian's help. So I'm looking forward to that. It does sound a little bit like... Well, I mean, Breath of the Wild had that as well with... well, Tiba was helping us to get to the Divine Beast, right? Here. But in that case, they were only ever helping us a little bit. I don't know. I almost hope that it's going to be more like what we had in Wind Waker again, with the 2 later dungeons where you had people with you, right, that helped you through it. Funnily enough, Arita, Melody, right, was her name? Melody in the was a Ritu girl who, according to legend, also needed to do something. And then we learned like a legendary song at the temple, and yeah, it was pretty cool. So either way, I'm all here for it. It's really, really exciting. I'll be coming back to Zelda probably on Sunday. If not on Sunday, then on Monday. It does, as I said, depend a little bit on how far I can get between work to advance my preparations for the Savage Raid next week, because obviously I need to prepare some stuff there in order not to let our raid group down. But aside from that, I want to play as much Tears of the Kingdom as I can, because this game has been absolutely brilliant, and it's so exciting walking through this world. The thing is also, it feels different in that regard to Elden Ring. I think, while Elden Ring also has a lot of interesting zones to discover, and the legacy dungeons in Elden Ring are super, super great. But the rest of it does sometimes feel very similar, right? I mean, all the, what were they called? The catacombs, for example, they all look... Yeah, they have different layouts, but they all look pretty much identical, right? They have a lot of identical monsters in them and stuff. And I feel like what this game does so brilliantly is that it really gives you this feeling of every region being totally different. Yeah, okay, we do still have all the bokoblins and moblins and whatnot all over the place, but they definitely also massively increased the enemy variety, I want to say. Well, maybe not massively, but where it counts, right? I mean, that 3-headed dragon, for example, that was such a cool fight. And I don't know, I'm just really looking forward to it. I love the quests as well, all the different characters. I love that we're getting much more character interaction. I feel like, remember way more characters from this game and where they are and what they're doing than I did in Breath of the Wild. Simply because it's sort of much more involved, right? I mean, previously we were still helping Ritu Village, but it really just felt more like a task. All right, go there, help, go away again, right? And the rest of Ritu Village almost seemed more like a sort of background to it, right? Just like a beautiful sort of theater stage where it took place. And yeah, you could talk to all the NPCs, but aside from the odd side quest here and there, they weren't really involved in it. And yeah, and they can also, they can do a lot more, that is true. Like those Zonai, technically, you're always fighting the same enemy, but they can just fuse different stuff to their weapon, for example, right? Or they already have a flamethrower on their shield. Yeah, so even the enemies that are technically the same can be very, very different. And yes, Breath of the Wild had that a little bit in terms of them using different weapons, but that was definitely not as... There was definitely not as much variance in there as there is now. And also the fact that they now fight each other, and you can find different ways to facilitate that as well. A lot of really, really cool stuff in there. And then, yeah, the NPCs, the way... For example, now that the children are running the village, sort of, while everybody else is out and about, and then... But also the newspaper that we found, or newspaper agency... company. And with the stable, for example, the stables where, yeah, sure, you could, again, sometimes find some odd side quests here and there, but the fact that one of the stables moved because of the blizzard, it all just seems so much more ingrained with the world, to the point where you can just, it makes it way easier to remember certain NPCs, locations, and really understand what they're sort of struggling with. Whereas in Breath of the Wild, it was always this like disconnect between, well, apparently there is this huge calamity in the castle right there that could kind of explode at any moment and just control the entire world with its dark power. But everybody else just seemed sort of, oh yeah, we're just going about our daily business, right? Everything's fine except for these weird divine beasts that are doing something in the background that we don't even really care about to a certain extent. So, I mean, I'm obviously making it sound worse than what it was. It was still really great. It's just pretty cool to see how much they still improved on it, right? Well, anyways, that's going to be it for now. So, as always, thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for the subscription earlier. And I'm probably going to be back on Sunday. Even if it's just for a couple of hours. Maybe, 3-4 hours or something. So I hope you're having a great rest of your day, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And maybe I'll see you on the next one. So, bye-bye.